as we are 14 minutes away from the show beginning. This will be your play-by-play watch-along experience. We want to know what you think of the card at the moment as we preview the show, and then what you think of it as it makes its way through the night. It's going to be a fun show, and I'm really looking forward to it. 6 fun matches to talk about as well, which we'll do right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, so once again, welcome back to the channel, guys. Looking forward to the show. I hope you are as well. And thank you to everyone that joined us on the build-up show tonight as well to get in the mood for Clash in Paris. Again, the idea was to bring you right up until the show itself. And this time round, we're fortunate enough to be able to hit you with a watch-along experience as well. So that's what you tuned in for right here. Now, the Countdown show is still on the air at the moment. As I say, the show is about 12 minutes away now, and they're showing last year where Cody Rhodes reigned supreme as WWE champion. Thing is, this time a year later, he is also WWE champion, but he's not actually scheduled to be there tonight, not officially at least. Whether or not he shows up as a surprise, I know there was talk in the build-up show about him potentially coming out to make the save for John Cena if Brock Lesnar was to show up tonight, but I'm not sure if that's the case straight away. Although the only other option, if Brock does show up, is to basically do exactly what we saw at SummerSlam, which I'm not really a fan of either. You know, I don't really need to see the same thing happening over again. What else do we have here? Madman's back in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us over from the build-up show. Appreciate your comments here. Guys, can we talk about how most of the people on the cover for Clash in Paris aren't even there? You're right. You are right indeed, mate. Let's get to that, because on the watch-along, we've used some of the original artwork there. No Cody Rhodes, no Gunther, no Tiffany Stratton, no Jacob Fatu, no Bianca Belair, no Rhea Ripley, no Charlotte, no Penta, no Rey Mysterio. The only ones that are actually scheduled to appear on the show, John Cena, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Jey Uso. And only 2 matches are represented there as well. So, yeah, good spot there. It is a bit weird when they do stuff like that. You'd imagine that they not feel comfortable doing stuff like that. But I think when the show gets announced, like they think, wow, there's going to be loads, you know, like these guys are massive. They're going to be a big part of everything. And if you have 1 or 2 not on the show, fair enough. But I think at the time they would have expected a lot of these guys to be part of it. We've got, again, on the Countdown show at the moment, they are just over 10 minutes away. Peter Rosenberg is making his way to the ring and hyping up the fact that the fans are going to see John Cena tonight. I mean, talking about hype up, I mean, alone, as all these international shows have been, by the way. The stage is amazing. I love it. It looks huge. This show looks massive. I'm really, really happy about that. Man says, yeah, what's even crazier? You know what's even crazier? Not having Night of Champions pay-per-view and then not following the whole logic of the show. Oh, don't get me started, mate. I was very annoyed with that when they did that. Like, there's so much they can work around. Like, just put some of the title matches on. I didn't mind King and Queen of the Ring because they're kind of championships in some ways. You can kind of stretch it, but to not, I mean, there were so many titles they didn't even use, and then non-title matches as well. Not a big fan of that. Kieran says, this will be fun. I'm hoping so, buddy, and thank you for tuning in once again. I appreciate you joining us. And yeah, what are you looking forward to tonight, mate? It's a fun card. Madman also says, I wonder if Green Shirt Guy is going to make an appearance. And he does tend to get to the international shows as well. Be interested to know his stats. I mean, let alone, you know, we might not see Green Shirt Guy. I reckon we probably will. But on stage, we've got Green Dress Lady, of course. Beautiful green dress on the show there on the countdown show as well. But Big E's now hogging the limelight, just as I said that, by the way. But there you go. They're really soaking up the audience, and as they should. It's a great reaction. A great audience they've got tonight. Probably a Seth one, it says Kieran, as far as what match he's most looking forward to tonight. You know what? I think it'll be entertaining storyline wise, and I do think there'll probably be an addition to the stable. Again, we'll touch on that as we get throughout the stream, but like other than that, like if that doesn't happen, for example, I don't know what else can happen because I don't see Seth losing as far as like something quite big. Kieran asks, who's the green shirt guy? He's the guy that's usually on all PLEs. You see him sitting in the front, and he's wearing a big old green shirt with a smiley face. So you've probably seen him before, Kieran. But if he shows up tonight, I'll try and point him out, essentially. What else have we got? Madman said he's the GOAT in reference to a green shirt guy. Kieran says, I would love to see Brock Lesnar come out in the Cena one at the end, talking about the Logan Paul match as well. Yeah, I think we will get it, but like I said, I hope it's different to what we saw last month. I don't want to see the same thing where Lesnar comes out and F5 Cena and walks away. If anything, I think Cena might get the better of him if that does happen tonight. Madman agrees, does also want to see Brock Lesnar showing up tonight as well. Again, thank you so much to everyone that joined us on the build-up show earlier on. If you're new around here, basically what we do is we get you hyped up and in the mood for the PLE with a build-up show. We went about 3 hours today, and some of it is replay content, some of it's live content. But yeah, we really appreciate all the comments that came along and some great discussions there as well. We don't often get to cover the PLEs as in-depth as we'd like to because, as you might have guessed, I'm from Europe, so we get to watch at very awkward times. That's not the case this time around because it's in Paris. It's a hot skip and a jump over the English Channel, and it's not that far away. So time zone wise, it's pretty good for us. So it is coming up to 7 p.m. here in the UK, so I feel pretty good about that. It's going to be a good show. I'm hoping it doesn't go on too long because I've got a review to hit you with later on tonight as well. As much as I enjoy being live, guys, I also like getting to bed every now and then. But hey, I can't complain when usually these shows begin at 12 or even 1 a.m. in the morning for us. So I'm pretty pleased that we've got it at a reasonable time. And I'm pretty pleased it also means we're able to hit you with some bonus content as well. Again, we don't always get to do these watch-alongs on this channel. So it's a real privilege to be able to do that now here for you tonight as well. Talking about tonight, though, at the end of tonight's stream, we'll have an instant reaction review. So stay tuned. It'll be on this very stream that you're watching here live as well. And then it'll also be re-uploaded as an instant a kind of on-demand video if you miss it as well. What match do you think is first, says Kieran? Ooh, that's a good one. Let's have a little look. I know Madman was asking Lucas about this earlier on. Let's have a look at the card. I would say, I reckon Roman Reigns is going to go on first. Simply because you hear a lot of talk about him potentially wanting to go on first or go on last. So I got a feeling that Roman Reigns might be the first match because he's not going on last. I mean, the last match is either going to be the Fatal 4-Way match or maybe Logan Paul, John Cena, depending on what happens at the end. And it won't be a massive surprise if Brock Lesnar comes back. It'll be a moment for the fans there, but it won't be like it was at SummerSlam. So for me, they need to do something else with it. Madman says, let's hope Papa H cooks with this show. I don't hate him, but some of his decisions just aren't good. I think generally speaking, the WWE is in a good position creatively. I think it has been good, but there have been some very dodgy things in this year alone. I mean, we've just seen the promo there between John Cena and Logan Paul. And how they fumbled John Cena's heel turn, I'll never know. Sorry, not the turn. The turn was great. The heel run, and there'll be a lot of excuses as the years kind of continue, but I won't buy him. I won't buy him. I think no matter what the complications were, it could have been better. I think Seth match tonight might happen first, says Madman. Logan arrived like 30 minutes after LA and Punk arrived, according to the kickoff show, their countdown at least. But I wonder if that even matters. Starts in 5 minutes on Netflix, says Kieran. We are very, very close as well. Kieran thinks the opening match might be the one between Sheamus and Rusev. Looks like they're having a technical issue on WWE's countdown show. It's gone completely dark. I don't see anything, but I can hear him talking. Ryan Powell's in the house, says hi Ryan, hope you're doing well. What are you looking forward to tonight, buddy? It's going to be a good PLE, I reckon, so it'd be interesting to know what match you're most looking forward to. And Madman says dodgy indeed, just like Man City's charges. Don't. I don't think that's ever going to give it solved, to be honest. Right, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see tonight on the stream, though, on the show itself. Again, I think it's going to be a fun show overall. I really enjoyed SmackDown and Raw this past week simply because it was at a reasonable time, so that's always quite good, as I say. So I'm really hoping this show delivers as well. I won't say they were amazing, SmackDown and Raw. I say they didn't over deliver. Let's put it that way, but they were fun, and yeah, I think we will get something to kind of not make up for it again because it wasn't bad, but I do think we'll get something that is kind of a bit more noteworthy, if that makes sense. So yeah, thank you to everyone joined us that joined us, by the way, for Raw and SmackDown watch-alongs this week. Again, we're going to do one for Monday Night Raw live from Paris as well. Now, the clip just came back. We saw the panel. We saw Wade Barrett making his way to the ring, but it's gone black again. I'm hoping, there we go, it's come back on air for me again now. I'm hoping this isn't going to be an issue with the main feed when it starts on Netflix. Of course, as we've spoke about a moment ago, we're only about, 3 minutes away now from the show actually kicking off. So, again, let me know in the comments what you're most looking forward to. And I guess, really, first of all, predictions for what the opening match is going to be. We've kind of debated it a little bit already, but has anyone else got any other opinion? Let us know in the comments. All right, so again, we're just a few moments away from the PLE starting. Make sure you get your stream ready, guys. If you're watching on Peacock in the States, of course, it's the last ever PLE on Peacock, in this run at least. And it's on Netflix internationally. So get your streams ready. And make sure you keep me in the other tab as a play-by-play experience. Madman didn't seem to enjoy SmackDown, said that the crowd saved it. I definitely think the fans played into it. Madman, I think you're right with that one. I hope LA Knight wins, says Ryan Powell. Look, I would love LA Knight to win. I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I don't think anyone's winning other than Seth. I think it's an obvious one to me. But I do think LA Knight needs to win a world title. I'll be honest. I really do think he's put the work in, and I think he'd be worthy investment in that sense as well. Kieran says, "Isn't the Rusev one a street fight?" Yes and no. I mean, it's street fight probably in appearance for the most part, but officially it's a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. That's right. Sheamus is in it, so it can't just be a street fight. It's a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. That's what we're going to see tonight from Sheamus and Rusev. Madman says, to be honest, 4 out of these 6 matches could happen, which is honestly a good thing. Just shows the star power as far as the main event, I guess. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I mean, even as you say, we looked at that graphic earlier on. There are so many people missing from it who could be on this show. WWE are in a good position at the moment when it comes to their roster. Kieran says Jay or Punk will win. I don't know, Kieran. I don't know. Good old Donnybrook says, man, I don't even know what Donnybrook means. Yeah, just chaos, basically. Now the show is finishing. I've told all you guys to line up your streams, and I haven't even done it myself. So let me make sure I get that on as well. Otherwise, you're tuning into the watch along to hear my thoughts on something I can't even see. That's not going to be the case. Don't worry. I've got Netflix loaded up now. Here we go. The show is underway. The first ever PLE from Paris. Looking forward to this, guys. Yeah, held the Olympic 3 times, including last year. This time around, though, this year, it's Clash in Paris. Hot take, says Madman. The current roster is as stacked as that 2009 picture, that famous image. Of course, I know what you mean. It is stacked. It might be up. I think with that, it was a lot of legends at the time who were like towards the end of their career. Whereas this is kind of stacked in every portion. So yeah, you could be on something there. Great scenes there in Paris. Did you see the shot there with the fans holding up the placards, essentially red, blue, white, and red, of course, of the France flag? Looks fantastic. W crowd says Kieran, sheesh. And I can see Madman's hopping out as well to watch the show. As you say, you're watching on your phone, so I appreciate you can't hold us both open in both tabs. But please join us later on, mate, for the instant reaction review. All right, we're seeing some shots backstage. LA Knight versus CM Punk tonight versus Jey Uso, and of course the champion there, Seth Rollins, of course, walking alongside his Vision members. We can also see the women's IC champ making her way out of the lift, looking badass. Then we've got Nikki Bella as well walking backstage, looking a little bit smirky and pleased with herself. Excited about tonight's opportunity, I'm sure. Huge boos for Logan Paul. Huge boos, as expected, guys. Big cheer for Cena, we imagine. Are we going to see Cena? Oh, no, we haven't seen Cena yet. Okay. Here we go. Promotional opening package here. Bro needs bodyguard, says Kieran. It's always nice to have a bodyguard when you're in the public eye, I guess. I'm looking forward to it tonight, guys. Again, I've enjoyed Clash at the Castle both years. The first, made me jump there. My mic just. Clip that. Clash at the Castle was great. The first one that I got to go to. Very privileged enough to cover that show for Rebellious Noise. Didn't manage to get to Glasgow, but that was a fun show as well. But Paris is going to be a bit different. No more Castle, but hopefully still a very good show. They've kind of quickly done a 180, haven't they, from the heel turn? Again, something we'll dive into a bit more in the future, I'm sure, but it's just so weird. Did it show Rusev as Sheamus? Yeah, good point. Didn't see them backstage, did we? But yeah, one of the matches we're going to see tonight, again, that good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. Be interesting to see what opens. We had a little bit of a debate earlier on. Let's see if any of us are right. I've got a feeling it will be Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. Weird seeing Nikki Bella in green, ain't it? You always see her in red. And then she was in pink the other day as well. So she's shaking it up a little bit, I guess. There we go, guys. Funky music. Is it just like instrumental, like stock music, or is it an actual tune? I don't recognize it. There's no words. They haven't promoted it, so that's an incredible. Oh, here's some audio, some lyrics actually. But that is an incredible stage. Look at that. The Eiffel Tower looks amazing. Fireworks coming off of it. Wow. Look at the audience as well. Look, I did a whole video. We played it earlier on the build-up show about this venue and how WWE can use it to their advantage, and they've done well so far. They have packed it, and they've given us an incredible stage there. I love the France flag there as well. It looks fantastic. Bit like a football match. It looks amazing, doesn't it? What match is first, though, guys? Yeah, Kieran, you're right. It looks amazing. Oh, is this the good old-fashioned Donnybrook? I don't recognize the song. Is this Rusev's song? Kieran says, I wish I was there. Me too, mate. I really do. Oh, no, this is Bronson Reed. So I was right. Yeah, Bronson Reed versus Roman Reigns, fantastic. Big opener. Matt Ball, good to see you in the house, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Says nice stage for once. Yeah, man, what a stage. A lot of people comparing it to WrestleMania because that's the only time we see special stages these days, right? So yeah, very cool. And having the fireworks coming off it, the lighting. I think the tower itself is cool, but to have lights around it and the fireworks, I think they've done a really good job there. Kieran says, I knew it as far as what was going to open up. Bronson Reed versus Roman Reigns. And said, same as me, yeah, I thought it was Rusev's song as well. I ain't got a clue what because I liked his old theme song, but I don't know. A tribal thief in the house of the shooter Fowler. Oh my gosh, he's even laying it over Heyman's neck. Just like Roman did with the Ula Fowler. Oh man, what an insult. Matt Ball says, I don't see the appeal of Bronson Reed. Am I the only one? You know what? I've kind of been like that at times when it comes to Bronson Reed. I think when he was kind of first coming out, I was just the typical thing of like big guy. I get it. WWE going to push him, right? And I thought he was good, but it was nothing different about him. But when he come back, I think got let go the first time he come back. I felt like he was really starting to come into fruition as far as the character goes, and then he got injured, of course. Now he's back in this. I think it's going to take him a while to get going, but I've got to say I've really enjoyed stuff lately with Roman Reigns. The storyline's been quite good, and I think he's moving away from the typical "I'm the big monster" gimmick, as far as adding new dimensions to it. So hopefully, it wins you over, Matt. I do think he's pretty. I think he's better than a lot of the typical big guys that we've had in the past. Essentially, as far as character already, I think he's delivering on that. He's putting up the ones. He's taking the mick out of it. The audience is singing Roman Reigns in the tune of Daddy Cool once again. Kieran said, I can't wait for Roman's walk out. The crowd will go insane. It's about to happen, Kieran. Big pop, as expected. Get your ones up, guys. Look at all the ones and the phones in the air. Got chills. This is aura. Talk about aura, guys. Matt also said a lot of newer or indie talent are just plain Janes. I think it takes a while, doesn't it, to kind of get across your character and find who you are. So I think when they come in, yeah, I get what you're talking about in that sense. But I do feel like a lot of the guys that have come from that scene or kind of been on the roster for a while now have started to kind of come into their own, to be honest. Hey, man, come on. Don't deny it, Matt. Put your ones in the area as well. And yeah, Kieran agrees. Big time aura from Roman Reigns. Oh, he's got two around his neck now, not just the red one. Is the black one a different? Oh yeah, two of the fighters. There we go. What's the significance? Okay. So it's okay. So they're basically saying that to honor Arthur and Seeker, but that's what the red one did. So okay. Okay, so they've just given him a reason to give him two. He said he's doing it out of respect to his father and uncle. That's why he's wearing two. They usually would only wear one. But surely wearing the one that was given to you by them is enough respect. I don't know. Matt says it's not the gimmicks for me, it's the lack of personalities. Isn't that the same thing though? The gimmick is part of the personality, or the personality is part of the gimmick. As in they're not delivering in that gimmick, I guess you're saying, right? So you don't mind someone playing a certain role, but like you don't see much personality in some of the guys that are getting to play these roles. Big cheer for the ones. So again, if you just joined us now, this is your watch along experience for Clash in Paris. We don't often get to do these, so we appreciate those that have joined us for it. And later on, we'll hit you with an instant reaction review as soon as the show goes off the air as well. So for now, stay tuned because you're right where you want to be for the watch along. Keep your tabs open, guys. Us in one, WWE in the other. That's how we like it. And we'll be your play-by-play kind of experience as we make our way through tonight together. Matt now just emphasizing his point, says, or elaborating, I should say, no, a character is who they portray, but personality is being able to control crowds and not just be quiet or look hard. I wouldn't describe that as personality. I would describe that as, I get where you're coming from. I don't think that's the term. Your personality doesn't define whether or not you can control a crowd. That your personality is the characteristics of who you are as a person. So, but I get where you're coming from, Matt. Not to be pedantic about words and stuff like that. I get where you're coming from because I feel like, yeah, a lot of them have got to learn. When you put it like that, I completely get what you mean. Like newer guys, indie guys, there's a lot to learn in the WWE system and all that kind of stuff, right? About how to hold an audience. I mean, myself and Lucas and Andy dove into it on the SmackDown stream, just about how incredible Drew is at doing that sort of stuff. You know, he misses the Claymore kick, and it's a split second where he just hopes the audience pick up on it, and the camera work is good as well. But he just shows that shock and stress and anxiety about missing it, essentially. And then we get, you know, like him moving on to the next bit rather than rushing into the next bit. So I get where you're coming from there, but yeah, I think it's something that just comes with time with some of these guys. Gary's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well, and I'm looking forward to tonight's show. I'll tell you who's looking forward to it. Those in Paris with the Roman Reigns chant once again. I like the two Ula fathers, I've got to say. Personality more being to change it up and be adaptable. I just feel like they are very monotone, if that makes sense. Yeah, again, I think a lot of this, they're trying to hit their lines. You know what I mean? They're focused on what they're saying rather than how they're presenting themselves sometimes, because you know it's pressure, isn't it? You're in front of thousands of people live, millions watching around the world, as Triple H once said. So I understand that. It does take time, but so every now and then you get a kind of a gem who straight away comes in and can do that from the get go. But I agree, there's definitely people on the roster that kind of fall into that category. Madman, I've got your comments here. I cannot put it up for the reason that you used a term that I'm not sure I'm allowed to put on screen here on YouTube. But you said Cena isn't the first match. It's 11:43 for me. Don't know how long I've got to wait. Where are you, Madman? Where are you watching this? Whereabouts in the world are you? And Kieran says, ooh, an Aston Villa fan in the crowd. Matt Ball says, Reigns is brilliant, but Bronson will just keep hard look only. I think he's developing as far as his kind of character or personality, as you would put it. I mean, look at him there, his good facial expressions and stuff like that. Because I think he's moving away from the kind of I'm the big tough guy. Like he's been a bit comedic with it. You know, the shooter father thing is not what tough guys do. I mean, taking the shoes was like basically like getting mugged in the street, which made me laugh. But again, I feel that shows personality. I feel that shows character outside of your typical bad guy thing of just looking angry at the camera. But here we go. The match to open Clash in Paris is Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. Madman is in India. So the USA shows usually start at 4 a.m. But now it's in Europe, it's going to start at 11 p.m. So you're effed either way. Appreciate that. So 11 p.m. is closer to when, we would usually watch it in the UK because we usually get PLEs at 12 or 1 a.m. Sometimes, very rarely, I think it's been at 11 when the time zones have shifted kind of weirdly. Um, but yeah, it's 7:15 for us here in the UK. Not to brag, madman, but for us in the UK, it's a reasonable time. Look, at least you're not starting a show at 12 or 1. So hopefully you can stay with us tonight, mate, and not fall asleep. Kieran says this is boring. Look, we are 17 minutes in with nothing. So I get where you're coming from there. All right, match is underway. I don't think this is going to be a top tier technical match by any means. And for that reason, I think the beginning is going to be quite slow. And in my opinion, boring because I don't like this style of match. But I do feel like suddenly it's going to turn and the last 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how long this match is probably going to be explosive. So let's see where we go. Matt said, "Where's Dan? Is it past his bedtime, mate?" I think so. We don't get to see Dan on the channel much these days, and it usually is for that reason. All right, so they're facing off against each other, and Roman has encouraged Bronson to run to the ropes, and he hits him with a right hand. He did get cocky. Fans are massively behind every blow from Roman. Roman even winds it up there with a punch. Proper babyface stuff from Roman Reigns. One's in the air. Everybody gets to their feet to do it. See, that's when it looks even better because as much as like phones filming looks kind of cool as well, in the entrance they all want to get the entrance and do the one. Whereas in the middle of the match, they ain't even got their phones ready. He just does one, they all jump up, and it looks incredible. Probably better if Dad wasn't here anyway. Nobody would get a word in edgeways. Bless him. No, it's always good to have Dad on board. But you know, he loves to talk. So do we. You know, we all do. We all do. That's why we're doing this sort of stuff. But yeah, it's been a while since we've had Dan on board. Oh, Roman tries to pick up Bronson, doesn't work. Puts his one in the air and mocks him. Everybody boos except for Heyman, who kind of reflects that same image of the one in the air. Big slam onto the table there. Bronson Reed rolls into the ring to break up the count. Kim says Reigns is about to break his back. I mean, it's not looking good for his back now, is it? He lifts up Bronson Reed, collapses under the weight, and they get slammed onto the announce table. So it looks like that is probably what they're going to start doing in this match now, working on the back and telling that kind of story. Gary says, any word of The Rock being there? You know what? It's the first PLE in a long time where I've not thought The Rock might show up, which would mean it would be an incredible surprise. But I think because we've moved away from the reason The Rock was involved, the John Cena stuff, unless he's coming out to be one of Cena's final opponents, I don't think it's going to happen now. Or Rock comes out and like he's behind Brock because he's a. I mean, that could happen to be honest. You know, Rock wanted Cody. He didn't want to do it, so he got John Cena to do what he wanted, and then Cena turned his back on the plan, so he got Brock to take him out. That could be the story. So you might have talked me back into it there, Gary. Madman says the crowd on the stage make me feel like a WrestleMania. It does feel big, I got to say. Again, I said it when we were talking about the venue itself when it was first announced that they can fit, I think, like 40 odd thousand there. I mean, obviously, that's usually for concerts. So a concert will take up less space. So I'd imagine this could be about 32,000. They might have actually announced it and I missed it. Simplement deux, as we spoke about on the Leon stream as well, is basically in reference to the commentary team that would say one, two, only two in French. So again, it annoys me that WWE don't pick up on these chants and explain what they are to the audience. So it takes us as fans to look it up online and talk about it on streams like this. It's ridiculous. Gary says, I could see it, mate. That would be sick, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a good job at explaining things a little bit more, right? It would take away from the frustration surrounding, because that's why it feels like Rock won't show up, because the whole kind of reason he was meant to be there just died, right? So, I mean, I'm sure they could find something for him, even if it wasn't that. But yeah, it would kind of make up for John Cena's weird, abrupt babyface turn. Bronson Reed definitely in control of this match. Madman says, what's crazy is with SmackDown, the highest attendance was in Saudi this year with 23,000. Wow, was it really? Was that the highest ever SmackDown attendance? I mean, sometimes you get a SmackDown and it's like 11,000 or something like that, but actually there are days, I think it would quite often be 14 all the way up to 20,000. But 23,000 is huge for a SmackDown. Again, just as I described, just as predicted, it's one of those slow-paced matches at the beginning, and it's probably going to be explosive towards the end. But Roman is fighting back now. Man says it was because of Cena and Punk, probably, as far as the attendance goes in Saudi. Yeah, I think so. Punk had never been there. Cena on his last ever run, so yeah. Yeah, Bronson Reed looking good, which makes me think he ain't winning this match. Matt says, I wonder if something will happen in this match. Usually there would be a faster start / bigger first match. Yeah, good point, actually. Uh, as you say, like the cards usually open with something explosive from the get go. Fast paced match, as you say. Or even like a quick ending, something that's just fast, 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 title change, something like that. Um, this style match, this match, and yeah, is usually like this, but not in this position on the card. I know there's a lot of rumors, as we've said a few times already, that Roman Reigns apparently likes to go on first and last. So that seems to have been the reason this time, but it doesn't seem like it's a good way to start a show pace wise if it's a kind of slowly worked match. And yeah, Matt says, especially if it is a small card. Bit bigger than usual, though, Matt. I mean, we've got 6 matches at least this time, not just the 5. Man says, you know what Vince McMahon would have booked Io Skype versus Jake and Fatu at WrestleMania in a in a remote challenge match. He booked some weird stuff, but I don't know if we would have got something like that. I didn't expect much from this match in ring wise either way, so it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, again, like I think I agree with both you and Matt that this is kind of odd in the positioning on the show, but like typical for what you'd see from this match type as far as like between the two of them. Matt says, I thought it was only 5. No, so it was 5 until they added the tag team match. Street Profits and White Six for the tag titles. This is the 6th match now. So, yeah, surprising. And Madman just kind of adding to that as well. I think Bronson Reed, as I said on the build-up show and on the weekend preview, I think Bronson Reed probably needs to win the feud, but Roman could probably do winning the match if this feud goes on. Gary says, where did this match even stem from? So I appreciate, Gary. I know you told me before you haven't really been able to keep up much lately, but what it was as he's doing at the moment, he's been nicking Roman Reigns' shoes, which sounds like a weird basis for a feud. But as Madman says here, it's from the mighty Shula Fala. Of course, Roman wears the Ula Fala, or wearing 2 of them now, apparently. And to mock Roman, after a beatdown, he basically mugged him of his shoes a few weeks back. You know, in the Vision, Seth Rollins group not being buddies with Roman, a bit of back and forth there. And then it became a specific kind of feud between Roman and the Tribal Thief, as he's being known as now, Bronson Reed, because he stole a pair of Jordans. And then a week later, I think it was, maybe even 2 weeks later, he stole a second pair of Jordans. And now he's been tying them up and wearing them around his neck as the Shula Fala. Matt Ball says, Mercedes Moné is the belt collector. Bronson Reed should be the shoe collector and collect all of Reigns' shoes. If he took his actual wrestling boots as well, I think that would be pretty cool. But maybe Roman's only got 1 pair and they're going to give them up. Roman coming out wrestling in his socks or something, you know. I guess Matt Riddle and Rusev, you know, wrestled in their bare feet before. A lot of wrestlers back in the day as well. Right, bad drop kick on the outside. It's starting to pick up now, the match. Bronson Reed thrown into the turnbuckle. I wonder if there's some sort of shenanigans here. As Matt says, if it's not going to have that kind of fast pace, there's maybe going to be a big story coming out of it. And of course, that could be relating to the Vision. I think, if anything, it'll be at maybe the end of the night, if it's the last match at least, the Fatal 4-Way. I think that match will maybe see us, you know, get a new member to the stable. There was a few comments earlier on about whether or not Green Shirt Guy would be there, and I can confirm he is there. I can see him. Oh! Superman punch gets reversed. A slam into a senton. Simplement deux. A shoe versus question mark match. What would Reed lose other than his job? Yeah, maybe that's the way you would go. I mean, that's a big. Jordans are nice. Don't get me wrong. I've got a few pairs next to me, but I'd rather lose a pair of Jordans than a job. So maybe that's too extreme. What could he lose? Everything he loses would be massive. Like, let's say he couldn't have the Wise Man anymore or something like that. It'd be unbalanced. You'd have to take something from his clothes. Like, he can't wear his singlet anymore. He's got to wear tighty whities or something. Gary says, oh, yeah, of course. A bit of a strange feud. Yeah. I think it's given... pin. Ooh. It's given Bronson the opportunity to kind of work on his character a little bit, I feel. Left Belly Driver, sweet looking one at that. Simplement deux. Madman says, we need a hair versus hair match. Oh! Yeah, hair versus hair. I mean, that's what they could do. They could do shoes versus hair. But still, I mean, you could argue losing your hair is not as bad because if he grows it back, whereas he'd have to pay to get his Jordans back, won't he? So maybe we're getting back in balanced territory here. Loving the comments, by the way, guys. Great conversations. And your comment as where you said Matt Dickey type booking, is that the closest thing I can think to what you might mean is the M Dickey Games? Those wrestling games on PC. Is that what you're referring to? I used to play those back in the day. Superman Punch, Kick Out, surely. Yep. Supplement deux. And Madman says the temporary embarrassment and the chance from the WWE fans would kill him. Yeah, we haven't seen a good old fashioned hair versus hair in a while, have we? Yeah. Look at the size of that audience, man. And I know people ain't going to like me saying this, but it's true. This is why you don't need WrestleMania outside of North America, because they will sell out a big show like this anyway. Look at Clash at the Castle in Cardiff. Huge. About 44,000, I think it was. So you could do that and WrestleMania. It's a no-brainer. Because you could argue, all right, well, 44,000 is not 90-odd thousand that they get for two-night WrestleManias and whatever. But they do Wembley. All In is at Wembley. I mean, that kind of is their WrestleMania, don't get me wrong. But anyway, Ua runs at it, double kicks to the chest there with a drop kick. Oh, he says the face, Michael Cole. I think it was a chest. He's out of the ring now, though. Bronson's going to dive. And he does. Takes out Roman Reigns. Gary says Roman Bald would look strange. Do you remember? I remember when they did Edge versus Kurt Angle, hair versus hair, and they put these like Photoshop versions of them up. So wonder we should see if we can get that for Roman Reigns as well. This is awesome chant from the fans in Paris. And Madman confirms, yes, the M. Dickey games, they have crazy booking shenanigans. You're right. Again, I remember playing those games. They're so customizable, aren't they? Like, they're really silly little kind of wrestling games, really. I think they're pretty fun. On the top rope, though, Tsunami. And Roman Reigns moves out of the way. Matt says if Vince was booking, Reigns would still read singlets. So Reed would wrestle in pants, which Lucas says he wants to see. Has he said that, Matt? Oh, he caught the spear in between his legs, and wow, beautiful powerbomb. Paul Heyman was kind of cocky there. It was going to be it, but it wasn't. Madman says they will probably do WrestleMania in Saudi before a Rumble in Europe. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think definitely before I think WrestleMania goes anywhere outside North America, it is Saudi because they've got Royal Rumble, which for me isn't great. I mean, it's great for us. We'll be able to watch it at reasonable time, but I wish the audiences that have and the markets that they've kind of built up would get it first. And that's biased, of course. I'm in the UK. I'd love to see it in London. But realistically, I think it would be in Saudi first. Michael Brown's in the house and said, is LA Knight the World Heavyweight Champ? Well, he's not at the moment, but he could be by the end of the tonight, mate. Of course, he's in the Fatal 4-Way match for the title. But I'll be honest, I think Seth Rollins is walking out as champion. Matt said a great near fall there. Yeah, it was a fantastic spot to kind of lead towards it as well. And yeah, Roman, how's he kicking out of that, says Kieran. Superman punch as Reed's on the top rope, and he's going to lift him up now, it seems. I told you, the end of the match would be quite explosive. A lot of kind of back and forth here that is exciting. Oh, Samoan drop from the top rope. That's the kind of thing that they'd be tempted to do that ring breaking spot on, surely. Thankfully, they weren't. They've done it too many times, but there you go. Where Barrett just said it. I don't know how the ring didn't collapse. Here we go. He's going to go for another spear. Hits it this time. That's got to be it. That's it. 2. All over. Roman Reigns picks up the victory. So kind of what we expected as far as the style of the match. Started out slow, ended explosive. and pretty much what I expected overall as far as the result goes as well. I do feel like if this feud continues, it'd be good for Bronson Reed to pick up the win. But I do also understand the argument of making Roman look good again because he's recently been talking about how he's got no one to his side and he's lost his titles and all that kind of stuff. It's weird to say that Roman needs to look strong after about 100 years as champion, but it is what it is. Gary says, I want LA to win just to change it up a bit. I would love that. But I think the Seth Rollins thing, it was so kind of shocking. It was only a month ago. It'd be weird for them to move away from that so quickly. Madman says, the ring breaking spot is one of the few sacred ones. Only happened thrice, all times with the Big Show. Wait, was it not more than that, though? Because it happened with... All right, Big Show and Brock. Big Show and Mark Henry. And was it Big Show and Braun Strowman then? Because I remember Braun Strowman doing it. But then I feel like Braun did it twice. You also had the one where they had the forklift, which is a different spot, but equally disruptive and entertaining. Madman says, okay, match, good for what it was. I agree. It did exactly what it needed to do. Madman says, please give us Cena so I can sleep before 1 a.m. So what would that be for us? That's an hour and 20 minutes away. You're hoping to see Cena before then. Whoa! Roman Reigns getting back in the ring and stalking his prey, it would seem, in his former wise man, who wears the Ulafala or the Shulafala around his neck. So maybe that's where we're going with this. He's taking him back from round the neck of Paul Heyman. I think Superman punch and take the shoes. Oh, he's acknowledging, of course, just to weasel out of it. Putting his ones in the air. Boos from the fans in Paris. What can you hit quickly? I mean, could do a spear. Could do a Superman punch. Slimy Paul Heyman is trying to get back into the good books of Roman Reigns. I don't know what they're chanting, but I imagine it's derogatory towards Paul Heyman. He's giving over the Shula Fala. And he raises the shoes in the air as Heyman claps. But is grabbed by Reigns into the guillotine. We haven't seen this in a while. Well, if you're going to do it anywhere, do it in France, right? Of all moves to hit. They've been known for the guillotine, as Michael Cole's calling it. The actual thing, not the wrestling move. Matt Ball thinks, could it be 4 times we saw the ring bait? And wondered if Heyman was going to hit the low blow. Didn't happen. It didn't happen. JR impression there from Madman. Matt, yeah, we've had a missed opportunity there, mate. Could have had a shoes on the pole match. That would have been peak WCW late 90s booking. They're cutting his cutting his laces. Paul Heyman is great. He's such a snake, says Gary. Yeah, great performance as always from Paul Heyman. And Curious says Jelly Roll is there. Oh yeah, is he? Have you seen that online? I haven't heard Jelly Roll's there. Madman says guillotine in France 2025. Yeah, and a guillotine in France in 1800s. Very different emoji there. And apparently Jelly Roll's with a celebrity. Oh yeah, I can see him there. Yeah. Is he showing it? Is he throwing his shoes? Oh, Braun Breaker. Wow. He looks like he's hurt himself. Unless, oh no, he just looks like he's playing up to being a bit nuts. Wow. Okay. So the feud's not over, then it looked like it kind of would be because it got the shoes back from Bronson Reed at least, but now Braun Breaker and Roman might be the next feud. Wow. I'm surprised they threw the Jordans into the crowd. I mean, first of all, giving someone Jordans that's big, right? Giving them Roman Reigns' Jordans, that's big. Roman Reigns' Jordans have been part of the storyline, big. And there are people that collect these shoes, right? That's got to be worth some money. Breaker looking at his arm there. Yeah, good point, Kieran. Jelly Roll could help, couldn't he? He's a wrestler now. Matt says Braun next, then Seth. Classic WWE booking for one guy versus a stable. Yeah, eventually we'll get there. That does make sense, I guess. What Survivor Series time then maybe for Seth, or they spread it out a little bit longer and that becomes the Royal Rumble match. Because in between that, maybe you have War Games. Of course, War Games could include the Bloodline and the MFTs. It could include the Vision at the moment. Who let the dogs out chant, as we also heard in Birmingham for Bron Breakker. Madman says almost as much money as how much Cena's shirt he threw into the crowd at Chamber 2025 would cost. Oh, can you imagine? Yeah. Be cool to have a bit of a wrestling memorabilia like that, wouldn't it? Look at the state of Paul Heyman. So this is a risky move though, because as Matt said earlier on, like pacing wise, this is good for what it is, but like pacing wise for the show, to start with a match that took ages to start, and then a match that took ages to heat up, and then a match that added after the bell segment, and then a match that had this kind of slow second after the bell kind of reaction as well. I mean, we're 44 minutes into the show. This segment's still not done. So I'm hoping the next one is a lot more punchy and quick. Not that this weren't entertaining. Again, enjoyed the match, but we'll keep going. Oh! Flip it heck! Oh my gosh! Did you see that spear? Right, I mean, this drags out the segment even further, but hey, it was injected with a bit of pace at the end there for sure. My goodness. Wow. Braun looks like he's got a real issue with Roman. This kind of makes Bronson look a bit weak, in my opinion. Like he couldn't get the job done, so now Braun's going to do it. You're in my way. Is he? Is he? In your way of what? Oh, okay. Oh, someone's got to save him now. It's like this. Oh, it's Jay. It's got to be Jay, right? Yeah, they're yeeting. The audience are yeeting. Huge spear. Kieran says, what did I miss? Exactly that. A big old spear from Bron Breaker. A lot of yeeting, but there's no yeet man yet. Tsunami. Read the weak link, says Matt. Bron is next. Bron is the next start they want to build. So, next start I want to build, so it makes sense. Yeah, I guess it was odd that the two of them that Bronson got the story. Because, considering how they seemingly want to push Bron more. F you, Bronson, on the audience. Right, so there's no save or anything. That's a shame. I thought they would have took the opportunity to bring out Jey Uso in front of this audience. Unless they go back again. Because it's still not over. Oh, okay. Here we go. Stretches here. There's an opportunity. That's what happens when you mess with a vision, says Bronson. I think it's going to be a big night for the Vision. I do wonder if they get a new member later on. Again, we'll touch on that when we get closer to that match itself. But for now, we see Roman Reigns taken out courtesy of the Vision, being rolled onto a stretcher now. Adam Pearce is looking frustrated at the Vision. Bring the police, says Kira. Looks like we might need the police at this stage, mate. Especially if they go after him one more time. I mean, Jay's not saving him. So does this right Roman Reigns out of storyline for a bit, guys? Oh, he's coming back! Ah! Go on, do it, do it, do it! Oh, and he's stuck. He's stuck on that stretcher. Go on, Bronson. Get him again. Get him again. Oh, gosh. Yeah, police definitely got to come now, says Kieran. Again, no Jey Uso. I mean, even if he comes out, he should. Oh, here he is. It should have prevented that, really, Jay. I mean, come on. Oh, yeah, he's in a match later, isn't he? Which might be why it really comes back to him if they get a new member. How long is this pay per view going to be? Says man. Yeah, we're 48 minutes in and we've only had one match. Too late for Uso, says Matt. Such a weird ending. Yeah, I mean, I forgot he was obviously there for the match. So they've literally just said, Kieran, someone's getting the cops out here. So I think you're right. Jay's taken out now. He ain't winning tonight. Oh, don't say that, Matt. Jay turning and become part of the Vision. It'd be a massive twist. In a year where I don't think they need any that big anymore, they're probably better off just keeping him babyface and relying on that great income they get from merch. Because they've done such a good job at kind of putting him in that position. But that's what, makes big shocking heel turn so big and shocking, right? He's trying to go for another. He's like when a dog won't leave a toy alone or food. They keep going back to it. He's trying to go around the other side again. Oh, he's up again. Oof. You're gonna kill him, says Michael Cole. My gosh. Madman says this is a hot mess of an ending. And Kieran says a good start to Clash in Paris, I guess. I think it's really entertaining. This is the kind of thing that I don't know, it's entertaining. I can't deny it. It's been a bit stop-start, and we've only seen one thing within the first hour, but it's been entertaining. Kieran, I don't know. You think they would have come out by now? Even Michael Cole was screaming for him. I like they've gone back to what they were doing with him before. I mean, you got to remember it was Seth he was doing it to before, but the multiple tsunamis, we haven't seen that often on this side of his return, at least. Three tsunamis, guys. He literally looks every time. It looks like he's going to go back again. I mean, they don't need to do it again. It was funny the first time. Interesting the second. They're rolling him onto the gurney. Yeah, Gary, you're right. It was a crazy ending. Wow. That was your opening match. I assume nothing else. I mean, look at Jay getting out of the ring. Is Roman going to be... Yeah, we haven't seen him look like this before. I don't remember. Are they going to play into Jay should have been there earlier? Well, that was your Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed match, the opener to Clash in Paris, as we predicted earlier on the stream. But we didn't predict that crazy ending. We knew it might be explosive, but man, man says seems like they really want to tell the fans Roman is going for a break because a free tsunami is totally not for Street Fighter. Good point. Yeah, I did ask whether or not this is him being rent out, and that makes a lot of sense. Gary says, I don't understand. Jay has a match, but why he didn't come earlier than he did, yeah. Busy, I guess. Jay won't back down from a fight. He made it in the end. Guess that's all that matters, right? So now they're actually promoting the ESPN deal, which is, I don't know if that's being shown. Well, it must be shown in the States because there's no reason to show us on Netflix because they don't mean anything for us. But it's a bit of a slap in the face for Peacock, right? It's the last ever PLE they're showing, and you're advertising where they're going next. But yeah, new home for WWE PLEs in the States is a very confusing structure of ESPN and pay per view. But hey, look, I'm just glad I've got Netflix here in the UK where it plays all of it. Yeah, so that was it. That was your opening match, guys. What did you think of it overall? And what do you think is coming up next? Again, the opener, Bronson Reed versus Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is the winner, but you wouldn't know it if you saw him at the end of that because he was stretching away after being hit with 3 tsunamis, 2 of them while he was on the stretcher as well. Jey Uso come out to try and make the save and instead got beat down himself. Of course, Jey Uso is in the world title match later on this evening as well. But yeah, fun opener. Even if it's odd that a PLE would get 53 minutes in and only had one match sometimes, it's still entertaining. Kieran thinks the Rusev match is coming up next, the good old-fashioned Donnybrook. And Gary would rate the opener as an 8 out of 10, but a very strange ending. An intriguing ending, though. I think it played up to why it was good. Yeah, so that is it. You are watching the Clash in Paris watch along here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. And thanks to everyone that joined us for the build up show earlier on. Again, we usually try and get you hyped up and in the mood for the PLE, so I hope it worked. This time round, though, we're also here for a watch along. Again, we don't often get to do these on the channel, but it's been shown at a reasonable time for us in Europe. So it means here, as it's 7:54, we're one match down, and I'm not thinking, oh man, I got to get up in the morning. Speaking of tomorrow, though, it's not an easy night for me. Don't get me wrong. I'll still be going all night. I'll be hitting you with an instant reaction review, and I don't want to complain because I do enjoy it, and that's what it's all about, right? But tomorrow, we're also going to have live streams as well. We're going to do a watch along experience for Monday Night Raw in Paris. There he is, Jelly Roll. Some of you pointed him out in the comments earlier on. He is in the audience. Who's he joined by? Oh, Post Malone. Okay. Oh, okay, because they're touring together. Fair enough. And they're playing there, so fair enough. Oh, right. So this song comes from the Formula One movies soundtrack. Okay. It's not a bad song. Gets me pumped. Oh, look, okay. This feels like a Raw, don't it, guys? Now the backstage arguing. Roman's on his way to the hospital, he says. What about Paul? Oh, this is playing into the Seth Rollins match. Right. Bronson and Braun have been kicked out of the arena. And if they come back, he's going to suspend them both indefinitely without pay, which opens the door for someone else to make a surprise impact in that Fatal 4-Way match. Who will it be? I think Becky Lynch. I would like it to be Becky Lynch. It's going to be someone. Oh, man, I'm excited now. I'm excited. Bit of French there from Pierce and a big shut up Steiner-like from the Steiner boy himself. All right, so we've got the Street Profits coming out now. So it's tag team action coming up next. Titles on the line, of course. Madman, sorry, mate, you're not getting Cena yet, but you're getting the smoke. Are they coming out like, is that Borderlands? That is so strange. They're not like characters that usually dress up. They look cool, though. Coming out with B-Fab. Kieran forgot about this one. Yeah, it is the tag team title match. Again, only made on this past Friday's SmackDown, of course. Melodome Miz, who maybe could show up here to kind of get their own back. Man says, is Austin Theory finally joining the Vision? See, that would make sense, right? But it doesn't seem like WWE want that to happen. Like, they're not using him. But it could be so that they can surprise us and put him in here. But if the past few years have been anything to go by, they don't seem to be looking to push Austin Theory the way we thought he would be. Which, for me, is a real shame. I think he's a great performer. Seems like a decent bloke as well. Kieran says they will come out with a Seth match. I don't think they will. I think this is opening it up so we go, oh, someone's going to do something and it'd be a surprise and it's someone else. Not the Street Profits. These will win the titles back, says Kieran. And Kieran says, I forgot I'm on my old account. And I still have to sub my other account. I do have you subbed on, so I've dropped you another sub on this account. Thank you, Kieran. We appreciate that. Always good to have you talking in the chat and keeping us company. I hope you're having a good time watching Clash in Paris. For those lurking in the background, we appreciate you as well. But come on, join the conversation if you got any topics you want to kind of hear us discuss or just opinions on the show overall. We'd love to hear them. And just as Kieran has there, on his second account, so come on, least you can do is do it on your first, right? Subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. It's not just watch-alongs, previews, and reviews. We also have the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars as well. Speaking of which, I've actually had a conversation on this very channel with the Street Profits. So if you haven't seen that, make sure you check it out on this channel. I say I had a conversation with the Street Profits. I had a conversation with one of them. It's funny, but I'll leave it there. Go and see what I mean. Here we go. Entrance time for the Wyatt Six. Still love this theme song, man. Very shocked again to get 6 matches on this card. As we mentioned, the most recently announced is the one we're about to get on next, Wyatt Six. As you see the lantern on the rocking chair there as they make their way to the ring to defend their tag titles against the Street Profits. I mean, isn't it mad that for so long they weren't on a PLE? They're finally being used. Wow, they're even singing the song. Oh, that's cool. Got the fireflies in the air, of course, but it's nice, man. We get a lot of the singing these days, but it's usually of like Randy Orton, CM Punk, Edge, guys that have been around for a long time. But nice little bit of respect there from the fans in Paris to sing along to this theme song, and of course what it means tied up to Bray Wyatt as well. Very cool. What an entrance! This is probably their best entrance that they've ever done. Presentation-wise. Very cool. Here we go. They're straight into the ring. Dexter Lumis and Joe Gacy, tag team champions. I hope they don't lose them. I mean, to hot potato the titles back to the Street Profits just makes no sense. And look, a lot of people were talking about a potential turn. I don't know if you get a turn when they're wearing promotional branding, rather than their own traditional gear. It'd be a weird thing to, but then that's what you pay the big bucks for, right? To be seen in a big moment. They could have convinced them, hey, you want to sponsor this team because there's a big moment that's going to be replayed maybe for years. Look, the tension's here already. Angelo Dawkins is stopping Montez. Wow. And he's confident with it. Quite rude with it. Pointing back. Are they breaking up soon? I mean, look, they're playing the fact that everybody knows, is there everybody kind of fueling these rumors? And I think they're kind of playing into it now, even if they don't do it. Gary thinks the White Six are too strong for this. What about BFAB? Yeah, what happens to BFAB, I guess, if they do split? Maybe she kind of causes the split, though. Maybe it's her and one of them. See, look, the one who looks the most annoyed at the moment is Angelo. I think Angelo should turn on Montez because everybody thinks Montez is more likely to be the star, right? For whatever reason. And I think people even spoke to Angelo about this in the past, about what's he going to be like. See, look, and now he overdoes it. He gets the crowd doing all that. He flips over. He outshines him. I think they're playing into it. I think Angelo Dawkins should turn on Montez, align himself with BFAB, and then you've got Bianca and Montez, should you choose to go down that route in the future. I think Montez turning and BFAB going with Montez, it really leaves Angelo on his own. And I think because people were more kind of assuming that long term, at least, Montez will be pushed bigger, you want to give Angelo the best chance. And I think giving him the heel turn, and giving him BFAB would make sense. Madman says it's 12:30. I'm probably Cena is probably a main event, so I'm just going to go to sleep. Madman, it's been good having you on board. Thanks for your comments. If you can stay awake, it'd be great if you stick with us. But if not, I understand what it's like to watch these PLEs late. We will hit you with an instant reaction review tonight, guys. So if you do hop out of the stream and you want to know my thoughts on what's gone down here at Clash in Paris, the instant reaction will be at the end of this stream, and then it'll be uploaded separately on demand on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel as well. Kieran says the song is a vibe, referring to the entrance for White Sticks. And Gary agrees, sick entrance as well. Very interesting that they've straight away played into the dynamic of the Street Profits kind of not being what it once was. I think it'd be crazy if they take the titles off of White Six. White Six in control in the early going. Fans are trying to change that though, clapping to get a bit of life back into Montez. Even though they support the White Six again, it's such a weird time for the tag division because everybody feels like a babyface and a heel at the same time almost. Just a 2 count there. So I think what's got to happen though, if there is a turn tonight, you get the Whites win, they leave, and then it can kind of play out in the ring. Meadow Miz is a sick team, says Gary. Yeah, I thought they were going to win the number 1 contendership match. I mean, even when it was the match, we didn't know it would be for the titles at the PLE itself. But yeah, I like the team. I think they're winning people over. Again, that's another one where are they going to turn on each other? Who turns on who? Who's the face? Who's the heel? Or do they become the odd couple that end up actually winning the gold. It's going to be interesting to see. And I think if they do have the Street Profits turn on each other here, you'll get the opportunity as well to play into what Bo Dallas did on SmackDown, where he basically got in the ear of the Street Profits and Melo Don't Miz. He cost Melo Don't Miz the match, and could cost these guys their tag team and friendship. Or they're just playing into the rumors, and they're going to win the gold. I don't know, and be fine and not break up. Montez tried to go for the tag there, couldn't quite reach his partner. White Six still very much in control. Lovely tag team action there between the two of them. Gary says, The Miz always turns on his tag team partners, and it's a shame because he's been in some great ones. It's true, yeah. The time always comes, right, when Miz is used to kind of tell that story. You're right, he's had some good ones over the years. Excuse me, yawning away. It's only 7 minutes past 8. Again, we're usually watching this at like 1, 2 in the morning at this point. Yeah, look at me yawn at bloody 8 o'clock. Need some beer. Yeah, not. I'm trying to be good tonight, mate. Oh! God, I think Gacy might need a drink now because he got bounced off the rope awkwardly into the side of the ring there on the suplex. Montez now crawling to Angelo. Is he going to jump down and what? Oof! Nice little roly poly from Montez to make the tag, but then a nice little flip as well from Angelo to the outside. See, the other thing is if you make Montez the heel, then fans cheering Angelo gives him an opportunity as well. So it could go either way. Big Sue there. Great moves there from Angelo Dawkins. Same on the water tonight, says Gary. Yeah, me too, man. BFAB controlling traffic there. Angelo Dawkins on top. Oh, goes for a swanton. Supplemental. So we are still on the tag team title match. I think this is a really fun match, by the way. I mean, this probably should have been the opener. I mean, again, opening match was good, but pacing wise, this is much more like what you usually see on a PLE at the start. Oof, big kick there from Dawkins, from Montez Ford even. Montez also taking the cover now. Oh, finally! I've heard someone explain that on air. Michael Cole has just been explained it to by Wade Barrett with a supplement do, basically saying it's only 2. It's only taken him a year. Gary says White Six are a great team. That's why I think Strowman should make an appearance, surprise appearance, and rejoin the family. Oh, It's a good call. It's weird though because they brought Strowman back and they did nothing with him. So it'd be weird to bring him back again and do nothing with him again. So unless they had a big plan like that, it'd have to be clear, I think. Gacy up to the top rope to meet Montez. He tries to block it. Angelo tags himself in. Montez up top. Nice. Goes for the cover. Ain't going to win, though. Oh. Loomis breaks up the pin. Gary again talking about Strowman here. Says this is a great wrestler. I don't know why they keep messing him about. Yeah, it was really strange. I think he's definitely got a place on the card. And it was weird when they, again, brought him back and did nothing with him. Montez Ford is about to maybe hit the frog splash. No, it's a move. Loomis is tagged in. This could be it, guys. The beginning of the end, not just for the match, but also for the Street Profits. Ooh, lovely move there. Goes to the pin. Angelo being stopped. Felt a bit weird that. Like they were ref was counting in slow motion, it seemed. Someone did something into the move. I missed it. It was some sort of suplex. Oof. Guess he goes for the springboard moonsault off the second rope. Misses. Rolls out the ring, though. Okay, so now no one's in the ring but Montez. Angelo's setting something up on the outside as he runs. Shoulder tackle. Oh, here we go. Big Red. Oof. Right, Rowan is stepped up to Angelo there. And that distracts him enough. Oh, talking about being distracted. They were distracted, first of all, for Loomis to knock him over the barrier, but then Loomis and Loomis and Big Red distracted themselves, and a lovely swanton over the top. Oh, Sister Abigail from Uncle Howdy, because Montez did a lot of suckets to taunt him. And now he's thrown back in the ring by Loomis, who drags him to the corner to get a tag from his partner. And they're setting him up for a finish here. Oh, lovely. Suplex into a sit-out powerbomb. And it's over. Correct decision. White Six are still the champions. But will we see something happen at the end of the match? I mean, we saw a lot happen at the end of the first match, to be honest. So maybe not. Maybe it's not the night for it. But I think because what they could do, Angelo could say he's annoyed at Montez because he had time there. And he taunted. And he wants to make it all about himself and his flashy moves and stuff like that. That's what Angelo could be saying. That's the story they could tell. I didn't even realize, Nikki Cross was holding his feet. So he'll say, it wasn't my fault. I was attacked. You were distracted too. But maybe not. Maybe there's no turn. Thunder Twy is over. And the White Six reign as tag team champions on the SmackDown roster again. Continues to hold the gold and continues to finally be booked on PLEs and booked in a good way. I think that was a really impressive match. I think they performed very well. That's it for the match, though. No segment, it would seem, because we're getting ads instead. Let me know what you thought of the match overall, guys. I actually quite enjoyed that one. I thought it was really entertaining. We don't have to have all the big kind of stories explode on the same night, so I'm fine with it not being a turn. Borderlands 4 advert there, again tying in with what the Street Profits were wearing. I wondered if they were going to come back there because they were still linked to it in some ways. But no, we're getting a WWE Shop advert instead. And while we do that, let's queue up our next member of the crew to join us on the stream in just a moment. But guys, keep your comments coming. Let me know what you think of the show so far. And as I say, we're bringing in someone else now. It is Lucas. How are you finding the show so far, mate?
I feel really bad for that tag match, having to follow the hour.
Crazy how long it was, wasn't it?
To one match, two wrestlers plus obviously another wrestler. I guess I got involved in another wrestler, but yeah, the pacing's now really thrown off with this show. Hope they can claw it back in this latter bit. It just seems like maybe they will be because that segment and that tag match only went on almost 20. But yeah, they can't be having 1 hour dedicated to one story.
Yeah, and not to open. I mean, look, I enjoyed it. I can't deny that. It was a good open. It was fun. But as an opener and a show like that, it felt more like, not so much the length, but the delivery of the story felt more like Monday Night Raw because they went backstage and all that kind of stuff, which will play into later on, I reckon, and we'll get there. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the pacing for this show is a little off at the moment. And that is concerning for how this show might potentially start to drag, which is, again, really weird to say because opening match, entertaining, second match, entertaining, but there's just something a little bit disjointed about it.
Yeah, I think, I think it was 22 minutes the opening match. I think that was a bit long. I understand they kind of they don't want to quote unquote make like Bronson, look silly, but I don't know why you need to have a 22-minute match when you're then going to have 20 minutes after the match.
Yeah, that's the issue for me is the length, because the matches that you typical, and I said it when it started, this will start slow, then it'll explode, and it'll probably be fun, and I'm okay with that. But like, they're not my favorite matches when they start like that. They frustrate me, and you really could have chopped 5, maybe 10 minutes off of that opening part of the match. All right, you can't dive straight into all the big spots, so maybe at least chop 5 off. Because I know the other argument would be, don't do as many tsunamis, but I think that plays into the story more than the beginning half of the match did. So for me, I'm fine with that.
I'm invested in this segment than I was in the match.
Exactly, yeah, that's exactly
because obviously this is a very weird booking for a Reign storyline because we're so used to him being with the belt. And even when he came back without the belt, it was then to obviously avenge his loss and of the Ulafalo and stuff.
Yeah.
So we haven't really seen Roman Reigns just have like a normal match since before COVID, I guess.
Yeah, it's got to be.
He was champion, obviously, pretty much, from when he came back, after COVID a little bit, and then he was champion for pretty much 4 years, and then we are where we're at now.
Yeah.
But I just think, I'm assuming it's going to go to a stretcher match. I'm assuming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be.
Obviously, they never really bring in a prop, so I don't know if it's gone off.
What's going on?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. You're still here for me. Yeah.
I just can't see you. Okay. It's something on my side. Oh, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, they don't usually use a prop like that if they're not then going to use that in the match, it seems.
Good point.
So it's like when Strowman was smashing up cars and then it was like, we have a parking lot brawl. It's like, of course you
are. I mean, things like Roman could be gone for a while. It's the kind of thing that puts you out for a while. And of course, the Street Fighter movie and stuff like that is apparently, anytime there's a film coming out, people go, they're going away for that. So
I would have done this segment on Raw as the opening of Raw. That segment potentially. I think it's one of those, something has to give. You can't be having a 22-minute match, then 20 minutes of promo afterwards, of angle afterwards. And that's not even to mention the fact that there was like 20 minutes of entrances as well. Like, something's got to give at some point.
Yeah.
Either have Bronson attack Roman Reigns' entrance, so you're cutting out the 5 minutes now that this is taken for one man to walk to the ring. And so then you have your longer match, and obviously the angle afterwards. Or you split the angle up, so you do half of it tonight, half of it on Raw tomorrow. It's just, it's just frustrating because I mean, it'd be interesting seeing if that plays into anything else on the show. As obviously we still have 4 matches to go.
We do indeed, and we know what one's coming up next as well, because we've got the promo video playing, as Kieran says.
Indeed.
Becky is next, so we've got Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella, who, by the way, Nikki is now making her way to the ring, continuing the tradition that doesn't always get honoured of champion out second, so I like that. Aiden's back in the house as well, says hello. Good to have you with us, Aiden. Hope you're doing well. And says, what have I missed? Have you missed the opening part of the show, buddy? If so, then what you've missed on the show itself is, well, a fantastic stage, by the way. Clash in Paris has a great stage. And the opening match was Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. Roman Reigns won that, got his shoes back, embarrassed Paul Heyman, but also got embarrassed himself with a huge beatdown from Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. Jey Uso tried to help and get much damage in himself. And then the next match was the tag team title match, and as predicted by many of us, the Wyatt Six would retain, and they did play into a few kind of suspicious kind of points between the Street Profits as well. We'll dive into kind of stuff like that later on tonight as well. Of course, we want to keep you up to date with what's going on at the moment, but if you do want to know our thoughts in depth on each and every one of these matches and big moments, of course you'll see our instant reactions as they actually happen here, but we've also got our instant reaction review straight after the show goes off the air as well, so stay tuned for that, guys. At the moment, as I say, Nikki Bella is in the ring, and we're about to be joined by the man herself, Becky Lynch, with a new theme song, which I am still not used to, but it's growing on me, Lucas.
I keep betting to hear, whoa.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. That's why I was like, well, it's not going to happen.
I mean, I spoke about themes earlier when obviously you wasn't here, and I just say, obviously, we are sadly getting a lot of bad ones, aren't we?
Yeah.
This is currently in there for me. I don't know. It just doesn't have the I don't know, the je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, to use a French term. I feel like she not needed to, but could have changed it before, and it made sense because the character changed. But quite a while ago. And I don't know if this fits a babyface more than a heel as well.
I mean, it has that whole the man comes around thing.
Yeah.
It does lean more into a face thing in a weird way. Only 85 days as champion. I just had it for about 850 days.
Yeah.
I don't 6 title defense. So if we compare this to Julia, who won that championship in the end of May, and I believe was end of May or end of June. I don't even know when it was. This is the thing. It's so insignificant. But I think she had 1 title defense. You know, in this same time. I'm going to find out the fact now, so I don't like just saying.
Yeah, you do that. I'll get to some of the comments as you do. Kieran says, I think Becky will lose this. I do think Nikki Bella will be winning this title. I wouldn't be massively shocked if she did it tonight. But judging by the way they usually book things, I feel like it's not usually in the first match. So maybe that's something we see at WrestlePalooza. Gary also says, saying that, what has Nikki Bella done to deserve a title match? She come back and is the good guy, basically, Gary. That's all that she's really done to get the title match. She didn't really, I guess, earn. There's no tournament or anything like that. Aiden says, I hope Nikki wins for old time's sake, a.k.a. my childhood of wrestling. Lucas, Lyra won it, says Aiden. What are we talking about there? Lyra's had it since the title was introduced. Yeah, at the very start. And then it was won by Nikki Bella, Becky Lynch. But when was it?
Well, Lyra won.
Yeah,
but I was talking about Julia. Sorry, I was comparing her to Julia.
It's Julia you were talking about, yeah.
So obviously, Julia, she won the championship on the 27th of June. So she's held the title now for 60 odd days and has had 1 title defense. Becky Lynch, like we said, 85 days, only a couple weeks before. Julia won hers and has had 6 title defenses.
Yeah.
So we give or take, we say like, okay, maybe 1 more, so maybe 5. No, it is, but still, we're talking, 5 to 1, I'd say, on that thing, and we are getting Julia taken on. Is it Zelina Vega, isn't it? Potentially.
No, Michin.
Michin, sorry, not Zelina Vega. Michin. But we don't know when that's going to be. So we still may not see this title be defended for another couple of weeks.
True.
Yeah. But we are now in the midst of the other women's mid-card title, that being the Women's IC Championship match, as Becky Lynch is now currently out of the ring. Obviously, I've only got unlimited volume, but it did seem like Nikki Bella got quite a good reaction when she came out, which I'm quite pleased
with.
Pretty
pretty nice reaction, as did Becky, just because of who she is as well. And I said, when we were doing Raw content on this channel, that I was looking forward to this match, but that promo between the two of them kind of put me off. I don't think it was great on either side. Whereas the Logan Paul, John Cena one just hyped me up. It just shows you what a promo can do. And that's not me kind of trying to be down on either of them, because I think I'd said literally this SmackDown before on Dublin's show that Becky is so good on the mic, but I just felt like it didn't really work last week in Birmingham.
I mean, I saw the clips of it. It felt like it just feels a bit inauthentic. And I think, weirdly, I'm currently listening to the audiobook of Becky Lynch's book, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Quite fascinating. And how she speaks in that book, I think, should be how she, kind of what she kind of brings to the table with this character. Like, I get that's over the top and all that kind of stuff, but I think she has a lot of things to say that they could use, like, honestly, in this kind of rivalry. From how they both came into the company, how they were signed, and why they were signed.
Yeah,
everyone knows why the Bellas were signed originally. And I think likewise, like, the Bellas have proven, a lot of people wrong. Like, they lasted in this company like a long time. If you think back to the WCW Nitro girls, or like you think back to the Attitude Era, where women would be in the company maybe 6 months, a year, 2 years tops, if they were the quote unquote sex appeal. But the Bellas, they lasted. They went through it all. Like, and I think Nikki Bella in particular, obviously I was rewatching the first Evolution recently.
Yeah.
And she was so integral to that event being a success, in my opinion. Because without her and Brie as well, but particularly her, because she was in the match, being the person to kind of stand in the way of it, so to speak, from a storyline perspective, obviously. She wasn't doing it, as a real person. But storyline-wise, being like, I think that event wouldn't have gone down as well. I think there's a lot there for Nikki Bella. So yeah, I just don't think either of it have been their best work. And it's an interesting one, because what we have seen in this division though so far is that feuds don't seem to be done in one match.
Yeah.
We saw Lyra and Becky have multiple. We saw Lyra and Bayley also have multiple matches, and including obviously a triple threat involving them both. So do we see this maybe not ending here and going to, if not WrestlePalooza, maybe at least onto the TV within the next couple of weeks?
Possibly. I mean, again, I can kind of see Nikki winning I could see Nikki winning the title, but with you, I don't think it is here. I do think it does go on a little bit longer than this, whether it goes to WrestlePalooza or do what they've been doing a lot lately, where you kind of get one PLE on, one PLE off. They're not as close to some of the other ones we've seen in the past year or so, especially with Saturday night's main events in between. So it could kind of fold into that one. But if that's the case, then Becky wins for me.
As much as potentially, there was obviously a lot of Vinceisms that happened back in the past where, a program would get like 2 or 3 pay-per-views and back to back kind of thing, the same thing. And I think that for me was still a bit better than some of the kind of on-off kind of stuff. I think you can't just pause a feud. It's just, I don't understand, it's just too confusing for the audience. But even doing it later on, obviously, a match which we will get to later on, obviously John Cena, Logan Paul. John Cena's main feud at the moment is Brock Lesnar. But for some reason, he decided to go, oh, Logan Paul, like, I don't like you. And focus on him
just randomly. Like, I think he might be reminded of him tonight, but yeah, like you say, I think so too. We'll get there.
We'll get to that. I imagine that. I think that's one of those where if that is last, I think it's basically confirming Brock.
Yeah.
If it's not last, then I don't know. You could have Brock Sharp without that, but I don't know what the 4-way. Well, the 4-way seems to be implying obviously into that opening segment, an opening promo, opening match. Sorry, potentially. So potentially we do get Roman coming back, but I don't know if that's bigger than.
I didn't even think that Roman coming back. I was more thinking new member for Division, and I'm looking at who I think that could be right now in this match. I think Becky Lynch. I mean, it might not be. I think Becky would be cool to join it. But
slide, like, oh my god.
Becky's head being bounced off of the announce table. Does it bode well for Gary's comment here, which says the man retains? But I'm sure she probably will. It just doesn't look that great with her hands whacking like that. Both. But anyway, it is what it is. A few more comments here. Aiden says, I hope Nikki wins, so she holds it for a while, and then Lyra wins it again. There was a bit of chatter about that on the build-up show, wasn't there, about how this would open the opportunity for Lyra to go after it again. Aiden says, I'll be watching the PLE tomorrow. Aiden, why don't you watch now with us, buddy? Come on, join us. And Becky dogfighting, says Kieran. You don't want to get spoilers, do you, Aiden? I mean, I know you said you didn't mind for the opening matches, but come on.
I think that was, there was a little botch there in that match. I don't know who that was to blame, really, but I guess they moved past it. Nikki's got a bit of a bruise on her right leg as well. Oh, she's going to go for the Rack Attack 2.0. No, it's too early for that, love.
I was going to say, how long do you reckon this match will go, Lucas?
A few more minutes, I think. I can't imagine they want to give them loads of time.
Yeah, they're not getting Roman Reigns, Bronson Reed time.
It can't be going 22 minutes. I'm for sure she's going for it again. So now we're getting a lot of reversals, a lot of back and forth. This is the kind of wrestling I like, to be fair. Yeah, everyone likes it, to be fair.
Yeah, that's good.
More exciting.
And it's straight to the action as well. Like, it's not a slow burning match. We're straight in with the kind of back and forth and stuff like that. I'm going to hop out and quickly grab a drink, Lucas. I'm going to leave you just to fly solo for just a few moments. I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, now he's gone. No, we're still obviously watching the Women's IC Championship match. Nikki Bella currently on the receiving end a lot of offense from Becky Lynch. Don't forget, guys, to like, share, and subscribe for more great content like this. I don't think I can pop the comments on screen, so if anyone does say anything. Obviously, Becky dogfighting was the last comment that I've got here from Kieran. But if anyone does say something, I will try to just read it out. It won't go on screen, though. I can't do that, I don't think. No, I can't do that from my end. But yeah, let us know what match you're looking forward to still to come. We've still got John Cena against Logan Paul. We've still got the World Heavyweight Championship match, Seth Rollins defending against LA Knight, CM Punk and Jey Uso. And we've also got the good old-fashioned Donnybrook between Sheamus and Rusev, which I would imagine would be the next match. And then they go back-to-back with the kind of two bigger matches. Don't forget, we've got lots of great content on this channel, including interviews. Obviously, we do pre and post kind of shows into reactions and pre-shows for all major WWE events. Sometimes we touch upon NXT, and we have been discussing recently about maybe doing AEW. But for now, it is just the main roster WWE events, as there was a suplex there by Becky Lynch, and I believe that'll be a 2. That is a 2. I must admit, we're getting a hard-hitting match here between these two. You know, and obviously, like I said, I've been, putting the Audible on for Becky Lynch's book, and I must admit, I'm actually now just at the period of the book, as Nikki goes for the pin, where we were dealing with, remember the whole PCB, Paige, Charlotte and Becky, when they came up to the main roster and getting their first kind of flowers on the main roster. And it is bonkers to think that we did have a period of time where women were often relegated to 2-minute matches on TV and maybe 3 or 4 minutes on pay-per-view. And now, obviously, we've recently obviously had the all-women's pay-per-view, Evolution, and we've had some fantastic women's matches this year, including a triple threat match at SummerSlam and at WrestleMania, both of which have been fantastic, and much, much more. We've got Nikki Bella obviously returning, and Naomi's great pregnancy announcement segment. Like, there's a lot basically in this. But yeah, keep your comments kind of going. But it's amazing that's where we came from. We came from 2 minutes, 3 minutes barely to get on television. And even going back to talking about the Bellas, I remember when their match was cut from WrestleMania 27, I want to say, or 28. It was definitely one of the kind of Rock Cena feud kind of ones. Where it got cut for time. And they, it was an 8-person tag match. I think it was like Rhodes Scholars were involved, as were Funkadactyls. I think it was that. I think it was Rhodes Scholars and the Bellas against the Funkadactyls. Brodus Clay and A-Train, whatever you want to call him. What was his name? Tensai. That way. There we go. Someone will say, I'm sure, what Mania it was. And yeah, we're now at the thing where women have main event of WrestleMania. Women have been a big part of it. As Nikki Bella does go for the STF, Nikki Bella's has got the STF locked in.
It sounds like they're booing to me. Or they might just be saying, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, man, no, massive cheer for Becky Lynch to get to the rope.
I think that's one of those where obviously they know that it's not her move, and I guess Cena's on the card as well, so it's one of those.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, but it makes sense as to why she'd do it, though. I mean, she had a bed with them for like 3 years, so you have to assume that she knows the man's moves. Yeah, it's one of those where I do think sometimes people are overly kind of critical or overly have a problem. Wait, green shirt guy is there. Oh, I can't hear you, Scott. I can't hear you, Scott. Yeah, I'll keep talking. But green shirt guys, I can't believe there's a guy with a free shirt. And I think I saw the bearded guy as well. I think he was there. Or was that? I was watching the other Clash earlier. But yeah, that is bonkers. Oh, she's going for the manhandle slam on the stairs. Oh, this has been really hard hitting, this one. I don't know. You missed quite a lot during when you went to get a drink, man. Oh,
yeah. Can you hear me?
Buster on the stairs. Yep, I can hear. I just heard something there.
All right, good. Oh! I might be a little behind you then. So what were the main things I missed?
Well, you missed a lot of back and forth between the two. They went outside. They brawled a lot. Oh, that was very close. Yeah, there was a superplex at one point, and obviously leading into the STFU, STF, sorry, that you just would have seen. And all
I saw the STF, yeah. Bit awkward, right, doing John Cena's move. They were booing, and then they cheered very much when Becky got the rope, so.
Oh, Nikki's got the disarmer on. Becky's getting out.
Becky fighting out of it.
Get the right, and this will be it most likely. Oh, that's how she beat.
Whoa, that's it. Kind of a sneaky win by Becky Lynch there.
Well, that's how she won at Evolution as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I mean that actually exceeded my expectations quite a bit. I think it's an interesting finish. It's quite a clean one. And other than Nikki just being like, I want another shot, like I wasn't ready, kind of thing. But also just feel like they packed a lot into that match. A lot more than what they would have got potentially elsewhere. But yeah, look, they did each other's moves on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like a big kind of match, and I think
SummerSlam type match, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think we I was saying while you were gone, like we've been treated this year to some really good, women's matches. Which at this point, I must just think we have to say they are just good matches.
Yeah.
But in the women's division, we have had obviously the triple threat in WrestleMania, the triple threat at SummerSlam, all the stuff that went on with Naomi basically, even the Naomi J Cargill feud, like. It was nice having a feud initially that obviously wasn't for a championship.
Yeah.
And it got onto WrestleMania. They're now showing AAA people, which I know there's a AAA thing coming up soon, I believe.
Worlds Collide, which is the same as the show they did when he first announced the thing. Well, which I don't understand why they've again. So there's been two with the same.
Worlds Collide is like their version of Saturday Night's Main Event kind of thing, So
or like NXT Takeover or something like that.
Yeah, but at least I think maybe number them or name them. I don't know.
Yeah, because the thing is that AAA actually had a show in the early 90s, which was When Worlds Collide. So when they promoted the last one, they acted as if it was a continuation of that, even though they've themselves WWE done Worlds Collide with was it NXT and NXT UK?
Yes. Yeah.
So, not really. They've kind of changed their mind on what was, canon, I guess. We're now seeing some FIFA promo for the World Cup around that beautiful stage with the
a bit of money for this
Eiffel Tower lighting up. And talking of a beautiful, a fantastic shot of Paris from above. You've been to Paris many times, Lucas?
I have, actually. I don't actually like Paris. To be honest.
Well, I'm not going to sugarcoat it either. Someone tried to mug me the second I got there.
I've been there a few times. I did the typical trip when my first partner, and we went, did the whole, romantic thing, and this actually isn't the best.
Yeah, look, I like
it's
things
really
about
busy,
it.
really dirty, and really expensive.
I honestly think you should go, but I think you should be prepared if you go. And this is coming from two, I would like to think, street smart Londoners who know what it's like to live in a big, bad, dirty city at times, and to be also blessed with the kind of architecture and history and culture and stuff like that in that capital city.
I think there some nice parts to it.
Yeah.
And I had, I've done. I recommend anything on the River Seine.
Yeah.
I think if you can get like a nice deal for this is where all the pickpockets who target these places because they know tourists show up.
Yeah.
But if you book in advance and get a good deal for one of these multiple tour operators that will sell you a cruise or a dinner cruise, whatever is along the river, and that's a nice way of seeing the city. It's also one of the destinations where when Americans in particular, when they go on their holidays, they go to Paris for 2 weeks. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You have nothing. You have nothing to do, and or no more money after about 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And again, look, we know capital cities, but look, I don't want to put people off. I would just say Paris is a place you need to prepare to go to. You need to do research about where you're staying. I mean, you should do that wherever you go anyway. But I think when you're used to capital cities, you think, they'll be kind of similar. But as you say, the pickpocketing is a big problem. It was when I last went anyway. I might say, sorry?
The traffic and the expense is the other thing for me.
Yeah. So just be aware.
We live in a very expensive city anyway, living in London. I know you don't live in London. You live taking Essex now, but But when you go on holiday, and you go to France in particular, you're like, damn, these prices are bad, crazy. London prices, but I think as a whole, as a whole, I've been to Paris multiple times. But more recently, I've been for theme parks. I'm a big fan of Parc Asterix, which is near Paris. So when I've been for literally 2 days. I'd go there just on a Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon, find a cheap hotel near the airport, then go to the park the next day and fly back.
That is the beauty of it being quite close.
They are re-showing what happened at the start of the show with all the multiple different languages that they do these things in.
Which is what they usually reserve for massive moments like CM Punk's return. So to show it on the show is a bit interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm willing to. I need to see where this is going. But I do question the thing of these guys have an hour of the show already, and we now are re-showing.
And they're taking over this part, yeah.
Yeah. We've got, I felt that period there where we just had, we are going back to Jey Uso, who seems to be injured. I guess the ribs. Someone's giving him ice, Adam Pearce.
Are you good to go?
I think he'd do it.
AP? The last thing my cousin said to me is if he was dead.
Yeah. I think this is his way of saying I'm taking the pin tonight.
Do you think? Yeah.
Got the rib injury, that'll come into play.
Yeah.
I don't see a benefit of pinning CM Punk, particularly after what they did last month.
Yeah, good point. And it keeps the story going because, again, if there is a new member to the group, then because, they've banished the other two from the arena, that opens the opportunity for that. And for Jay to take the fall would make sense in the storyline progression there as well. So, good old-fashioned Donnybrook coming up next, Lucas.
Yeah, I predicted that while you were gone as well. I obviously said to people, watching us, what match you're looking forward to, and that I imagine this match will be next, and they'd go back-to-back with the two big main events, obviously, John Cena and Logan Paul, and the Fatal 4-Way.
Is that all we're left with?
Yeah, after this, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. A few comments here from Kieran says Usos never back down. I told you, and that this one will go for a while. You'd imagine being a stipulation that will be the case, but it'd be interesting to see how they pace the rest of the show anyway. Because I don't know when they're expecting to finish it. Becky dogfighting, says Kieran, in reference to what we saw. Yeah, she did whatever she could to win that one. What do you reckon, Lucas? As far as time wise, if we got this, and then we got two kind of semi-main events almost.
Well, I'm assuming if they're doing an angle at the end with either Brock or the New Vision member, or whatever it's going to be, that will take up time. So I think we're probably going to go above the 3 hour mark. I don't know how. Like, it's bongo to think that, in the 90s and 2000s when it was on pay-per-view, like, it was 3 hours was all you got. Whether you liked it or not.
I forgot. I actually forgot that was the case. I forgot that 3 hours was standard pay-per-view.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they were able to go to 4 hours for WrestleMania. Then they obviously added stuff like pre-shows and stuff to get around, obviously putting on some more matches. But, and the network era is an era where they went a bit crazy with it because they started doing the single brand pay-per-views, and then they really started longing out kind of a lot of the shows to the point where you'd have, regular 4 hour shows.
Yeah.
They kind of settled on the 3 hours again. And then I remember during COVID when, pandemic era, when the whole thing there was Vince really wanted to keep stuff below the 3 hours. It was really kind of crucial to keep it below 3 hours. But obviously having no crowd and stuff they had to do back then. So it was interesting that then after that, they then went to the 5-match card thing, which at first, again, people need to remember, like, NXT started this. And remember the original NXT takeovers were 5 matches, 2 hours, all in. That's what you got. But now you're regularly getting like main roster pay-per-views with 5 matches, even 4, I think, for the Chamber, and they're regularly over 3 hours long. I mean, obviously pacing has has been something which we've discussed a lot on this channel. I think obviously also in comment sections everywhere. But I went to obviously AEW Forbidden Door last week, and the pacing is just better. Yes, they go too over the top.
They go long, yeah.
But it is a case of bang for your buck. As much as I hate that phrase,
yeah.
I mean, I was only there for like some of the show, but I think I was there for about. Time to get there. I got there at 6:40. I left at about 9:30, so maybe just under 3 hours. I saw 6.5 matches. Including the world title match there, which obviously was over 30 minutes long. And I thought that was good value. I saw 7 matches during that time. 3.5 hours. I was like, okay, yeah, this is cool. But we're now sat here almost 2 hours into this, and we're only just about to get the start, or the entrances at least, of match number 4 of the evening. I don't know if this will be long, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because, again, usually these kind of matches... Look at that, Sheamus' portrait there. Daniel Wiley's back in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Says the Roman match was so good. Yeah, I think the only thing is, as we've just been saying, it knocked the pacing of the show a bit, but it was entertaining. And then I see your comment here, 1-0 Liverpool. Yeah, well, come on, Daniel. Did you really need to bring that up? But, welcome in either way. Goodness me. Right, Donnybrook match is about to start. We got Sheamus versus Rusev. Let's see where we go with this one. As Lucas said, it's the 4th match we've seen tonight. And probably not going to go as long as you'd usually expect one of these matches to go. Because, again, maybe they've got a bit of time to shave off the end somewhere. I guess it is a match where, again, these matches can go long because it has loads of different spots. Because it's so hard hitting, it could also be excuse for being short as well, because someone quickly uses a crazy weapon and does a big old spot where it's like, well, no one's getting up for that, and therefore it's done in 8 minutes. So both things could happen here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Rusev is quite quickly making his way to the ring, and they've had the promo video, so yeah, I think hopefully this match should just start quite fast, I think. I mean, I don't know why, after the brawling they've done, all that, why they've then decided to slow it down right at the start, but we shall see. This is obviously Rusev's first PLE match since returning to the company. And probably
and he come back, the Raw after Mania?
COVID, I guess. Can't remember the last time he was involved in a PLE match. I mean, maybe time he was facing Bobby Lashley for Bobby Lashley
long time ago.
And that's going back before the pandemic era. Showing some UFC nobody at the moment.
Kieran likes to look at his match so far, just judging by the props and the weapons we got on the outside. Quickly get to Daniel's comment here. Fantastic free kick. It was, Daniel. I've got to admit, all right, if I've got to say one nice thing about Liverpool today, it was that they scored a brilliant free kick. So credit where it's due there. And also says, has the Becky match been on yet? It has. You've literally just missed it, buddy.
Won't spoil it for you just in case.
Sheamus coming out now.
A nice reaction. Like I said on the kind of build up we did, I think that the US crowds have been really, really bad to this feud, and I think the European crowd should be better. It's more their kind of match, and I think Sheamus is entering that. We spoke about it with the Miz, didn't we, on Friday? Sheamus is kind of in that same bracket for me, where it's just a case of people generally just so happy to see him. I think particularly these people, obviously Miz didn't have an injury, but Sheamus obviously came back from a very, very bad injury. Took him out of the business for a long time. And there was a time when maybe he could have decided to hang the boots up, but present it's looking like the deal he's got, he will be wrestling into his 50s, which I think will be something we'll also have to just get used to as the years go on. It used to be a very rare thing, like when you think about the fact that, when Hulk Hogan returned to face The Rock at WrestleMania 18, he was the same age as John Cena is now.
That's mad. Yeah, that is
he was treated
mad.
like he was the proper old man who couldn't go, couldn't do anything, and obviously ended up giving us probably one of the best moments, I think, in wrestling history at WrestleMania 18. But yeah,
he just underway.
Told you, hard hitting.
Slugfest straight away. I love the fact that they've put draped flags outside. It looks like a football match. Like, when you go to the away game and you put out your flag or whatever, like you got the Bulgarian and the Irish flag. I did wonder if the fans had done it both on both sides. So.
The pubs you see on holiday, and they would have to tell you that they're an English pub. And they have no way because they don't speak English. They just put those English flags up.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. The fans are definitely behind it straight away. Great reception, especially for Sheamus being the babyface as well. But yeah, it is interesting, like you say, seeing Rusev back in this position. They brought him back in with a bit of a comfort, really, by having him in there with someone he's going to be very familiar with. Mad that he come back Raw after WrestleMania and has only just got on the PLE, but it does show you how stacked the roster is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I still think his presentation is great, the way he looks. Get the table set up. That's it, Slim Jim. No, what's French for Slim Jim? I won't even try.
I won't try either. But we get cancelled. And they've got a big stack of barrels.
They do.
And now that's always an interesting one. It's like, why are they there? Because the thing we love about WWE is that nothing is there coincidental. Like, this is going to be part of the match, isn't it?
Because it's an awkward place as well. Because the camera keeps accidentally catching it.
But they put like one the other side. A little
bar. They got the bar around there as well.
I'm predicting a white noise off of the barrels through those tables.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm predicting.
Yeah, I think you're right. 2 tables set up already. Unless it goes here, which I don't see it happening. I think you've called it already, mate. Suplex onto the floor.
Oh, let us know in the comments below if you what your guess is for
what the spot could be.
As I imagine that would probably be one of the ones we see near the finish of the match as well. So you have a lot of time, I think. I'd imagine anyway. We never know nowadays.
Good. I think this is a good kind of match for the audience to be picked up from, though. I do wonder how it'll work with the next 2 being back to back, but at the moment the fans are very much into it.
Well, yeah, I'm imagining that Cena is last. I think that with obviously being the retirement tour, and he is the one that people are there to see. I get there's probably a lot of love for Punk, probably a lot of love for Rollins, maybe even A&I and stuff. Jay, but Jay you've always seen tonight anyway. All the shillelagh is being used. I don't know if Kendo 6. Sorry, I thought it was just
shillelagh. Yeah. Sheamus had the shillelagh, but then Kendo 6 stopped him. He flies out the ring there. As always with Sheamus, he he wears his scars in these matches.
I would one time like to see Sheamus with a tan, maybe like his final match. He just
go out with a tan.
Think of the money he saves though, because obviously a lot of these guys,
True.
big part of their routine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always would make me laugh, like when guys who wouldn't be using television as much, and obviously they have to be using television again, and the first thing they do is they get the fake tan. Matt Hardy was particularly bad for it because you could tell he's literally just done it backstage about 5 minutes before being told, go out there and just get punted by Randy Orton, please.
I mean, you see it all over the ring because of it.
Yeah. Oh, the turnbuckle has been removed. The turnbuckle cover has been removed. That was utilised in their, I think, their second contest. Exposed turnbuckle.
Oh, a little bit sloppy there. He kind of slipped out the Irish curse by accident there. Had to hit him with another one.
Got it back. This is the thing, though. Like when Sheamus, he had his little slip a few months ago as well, didn't he? And he's laughed it off. Like I think, like he's been doing this a long time. Like going back to what I've been talking about. I was talking also during the time when he was gone more about the Becky Lynch's kind of book and stuff, and obviously Sheamus mentioned it as part of it. As he came from basically what the rival wrestling's fall to her one was. And it's mental to think that she would, when she first started, was when Sheamus was just kind of on the cusp of getting, more attention in Europe, definitely. And that was, 20 years ago now. And then we fast forward to him winning the WWE Championship, John Cena in that tables match in like 2009, following being on ECW for barely 6 months, even a year. I don't think he was there for too long, was he, before he won? I think he did have I think he still has the record for like shortest time to win the championship from like main roster debut. It wasn't very long at all, though, was it?
What, quicker than Kurt Angle?
I think it's difficult because I don't know if they count ECW's main roster, so I think they're going from like.
I guess maybe I'm seeing it longer because of that. Yeah,
but it was definitely very quick anyway. Definitely within his first 12 months, as part of the WWE. So I think, but it's bonkers to think that, like I said, Becky Lynch when she was starting out, Sheamus was already getting attention, and we're talking about him now being in the company for, best part of 20 years, and still wanting to give more, still wanting to have more moments, for us. And I think the one that's got to happen, it's the elephant in the room until it does happen. And you know what I'm about to say. We all know what I'm about to say. He has to win the IC Championship. And, that's a no-brainer for me. No-brainer to book this. Like, I don't know if there's even been anyone that's been more worthy of it. Like, obviously, I was able to re-watch that Clash at Castle match earlier, just before I watched this. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely an incredible.
I've never watched it back. I've seen some clips back, but is it as good as you remember?
Better.
Yeah?
Better. Yeah, better. I think, it's just such a good match. It's just two guys who put everything out there, and it was such a breath of fresh air at the time, and I think even now it is as well. No, it's a really good watch.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he needs to.
Sheamus.
He's firing up now. Rusev looks like he's made one hit too many on the Irishman. But, no, gets the chair off him anyway. Oof! That was a knee rather than a bro kick. Only a 2, or supplement deux, as I should say. Going back to Sheamus and the IC title, I mean, like you say, that match was so good. That's why everyone expected to do it. You could argue, look, they wanted him to have the title longer as far as Gunther goes, but I've been on this channel many times talking about how I didn't think Sammy should have been the one to end that reign anyway. Even though it was a good moment, it could have been so much more. But yeah, for me, Sheamus should have won that title, and he's not really since that show, which is 3 years ago now. He's not really been in a prominent position at all. Again, you mentioned he had that injury, but even around that, he had the stable, of course, with Butch and Rich Holland, which I really enjoyed. But even that kind of fizzled. So, I mean, time was running out 3 years ago. You wonder if he's got that storyline in him.
Oh, over the bar. Oh, yeah, I wasn't attached to the floor, so yeah, I guess that would happen. No, like you said,
as well.
But it makes sense that it wasn't, I guess, because they wouldn't want to unscrew it again. I think now we are at the stage now where hopefully we're moving away from these overly long title reigns. I think what they've done without realising it is they've put a lot of eggs into very few baskets. I say very few because there's been a few belts they've done the same thing with. Or if they did the IC Championship, they did the obviously the WWE Championship for multiple years, and even the women's, they've had people like Rhea Ripley, Becky Lynch, and Bianca Belair had 1 year title reigns, and it's left them with obviously so few, relatable contenders for those belts. And the fact is, a lot of people, and much people don't. Some people say they don't like hot potato ring and stuff. It's a case of, well, we're never going to get like your favourite as champion. Are we still in the beats of the Baron with the Shillelagh? At the moment in the crowd, the French crowd are loving this, absolutely loving this. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, your favourite, is never going to get a chance for the belt if everyone, when they win it, is going to have it for a year. Like I think we're moving back into, and the thing is, I guess it makes sense because they've done the long ones now, and so it will be the next time they do have a long reign, it will seem more surprising if they don't do it for a few years. And they've got such a big roster that they do need, because you could even ask, Rusev could deal with an IC title run, that would re-solidify him again as being back properly part of the main roster and someone to be taken a threat. Because let's not forget, he spent 3 years or 4 years, I think, in AEW, with barely a TNT title run and just known for being a gamer, essentially, for the best part of his AEW career. Before that, he was basically being used as a cuck in a storyline against his own wife.
He had a rough couple of years, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's a rough time at the moment as well, because he just got hit with a razor's edge. Kicks out at 2 though.
What's Sheamus called? Celtic Cross, isn't it?
Celtic Cross, that's it. It's slowing down this match. Still big spots within it, but it's definitely kind of slowing down a little bit here. As Kieran says, we've got 2 more matches after this one as well. So pacing has been a big topic on this show. And I feel like it's been the case for a lot of the European shows overall. Even the Raws and SmackDowns have been kind of booked a little bit inside out, if you will. Sheamus looks like he's about to turn Rusev inside out as well, because he's setting up for the bro kick. I've got a sneaky suspicion he's not going to hit it. What do you reckon, Lucas?
I don't think so. This is going to hit him with that kick, isn't he? I think it usually hits very.
Oh no, he just ducks.
Oh no,
and just leaves the ring.
Don't think Sheamus going to have that.
Wow, Sheamus top rope. You're not a cruiserweight, says Wade Barrett. Sheamus says, yes, I am. Go on, Sheamus. Oh, that's why you don't do it.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. It is a very high risk. I think Rusev will hit that kick soon. Oh,
yeah.
The steps.
All right, so we knocked over the steps. So surely they're going to make their way around to the big barrels. You know what I'd like to have seen is the bit. Did you see Sheamus kind of popped up from behind the bar, slightly comedic, but they didn't really put too much time on it. It would have been better if he popped up from behind the bar with a pint of Guinness or something like that, and then whacked it over his head.
I think that would have worked better if the bar was fixed, though. I guess because obviously it's not.
Yeah.
That's where if the bar was do you remember the APA's barroom brawl thing? That's
yeah.
They were quite fun. Oh.
Used to go to old Tim White's pub, didn't they?
Yeah.
What was it called? Dan would remember this because I remember Dan. The something tap. Tim White's pub. I need to find it out. It was called.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was.
Well, that's why Sheamus couldn't get a Guinness from it. He's gone through it. The Friendly Tap. That's what it was called.
Yeah, the bearded guy is there as well in the front row. Well,
there you go, mate. Yeah, they're all making it over. It's a big show. I mean, I'm glad that people put the effort in because it just shows that these are, and I think this one's more so done it than some of the ones that have been a bit questionable, that felt like they weren't exactly canon. It's not been your glorified house show. Even though the pacing's been a bit odd and some of it feels a little bit like Monday Night Raw.
The
Accolades locked in. This can't be it. We still got to use those barrels.
Exactly, and the tables, yeah. That's the only thing I'm at this now, because now we have that wrestling logic. We know those have to be used. So kind of anything they're doing now isn't going
doesn't matter. Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Sheamus is. I know it's quite fast actually. Because remember how this used to be almost like the master lock first. Oh,
the chairs.
Got onto the 2 chairs. We know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, how people. Who broke it first? Was it Big Show? Or was it Sheamus?
It felt like it was someone powerful.
Was it Mark Henry? Who broke?
This is awesome chant from the fans in Paris. Very entertaining match. Yeah, very good. Now Sheamus rolls out of the ring, and Rusev rolls after him, crawling, I should say.
Okay, they're going into the timekeeper's area.
Here we go, and they're about to climb up, surely. You called it, Lucas.
Off it.
The camera's loving showing you that the barriers are there. Yeah, they're leaning on it.
I reckon there's something behind.
To help them climb? Oh, no, they're straight on it now, look.
Box. Yeah, there's a box. There we go.
Yeah, box onto the guardrail. Oh, Sheamus knocked down there by Rusev. Got to buy some time here. They got to set it up. They can't make it too obvious.
Am I correct?
Yeah, I think you are.
I think I am.
He's going to hit the accolade on the top first, though. Wow, that's a cool shot.
Or are they going to do Sheamus lifts him and they both go through it? No, I think it will still be. I still think it will still be white noise. Actually, Sheamus will transition it into.
Not a lot of room to for 2 big guys to set up on there.
No, it really isn't. And that thing was wobbling as well.
It is wobbly. Yeah, it looks like it's tight together as far as they're not going to separate, but still, you got to hope the referees are holding that down the bottom like they hold the ladders.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. This looks like it might be it. Oh, no. Rusev setting him up almost like a rock bottom type position.
Off. Yeah, he did you and argue through the thing, didn't he?
Here we go. Here we go.
He
called it. He's picked him up. White noise from the barrels. Through the table. That was a cool shot, man.
Good spot. This is a very good match.
And look, you go back to Clash 3 years ago again, and Sheamus, Sheamus is just going into this being like, I'm proving a point. I'm proving a point here tonight. Just like he did on that event. This is awesome chant from the fans in Paris.
Liking this, aren't they? Like I said, they're dead to get behind. They're the audience for this.
Yeah.
America, sort yourself out. That's what's away. I mean, do you want Raw to literally just be a Vision promo and a Vision match every single bloody week? Because those are the only people involved that you seem to give a reaction to. Anything else, you're indifferent. Paul, was it the other week, Natalia and Becky Lynch? You'd have thought that they were asking the fans to chew glass or something. The way the fans reacted to that match, it's like, do you want to be seeing the same 3 wrestlers fight the same 3 wrestlers?
I think for some of them they are, though, because generally these audiences are being filled up by a lot of them are going to be kids and people just such and such has come to our town, so we all want to see the big star. We all want to see whoever it is.
But the thing is, something they used to be very good at doing, and this all comes down to pacing, is that we got that. It's bonkers to think, as much as people complained at the time, we were spoiled for such a long time. Even just comparing when we were watching shows or able to go to see shows over here at the O2, you'd see, Shawn Michaels, Edge, Randy Orton, Triple H, Kane, Batista, Undertaker. You'll see, what a bro kick.
Ooh. Wow, that was a great spot there. Rusev picks up the shillelagh, goes to hit Sheamus with it, hits the bro kick on him instead.
Picture perfect as well.
Only a 2 count though. Fantastic.
One of the damnedest ones I think we've ever seen.
Oh, mate. Even the replay makes it look good.
That was full on, foot to the face.
Wow.
Yeah, that was incredible. But yeah, this is mental.
Go on, Sheamus. You can do it. I think Rusev needs to win, though.
Rusev won the first one, and then they drew. So we're kind of in a weird situation where I think Sheamus kind of needs to win maybe a bit more.
Yeah, but for Rusev coming back, I mean,
the fans are going absolutely.
They are. They're singing the phenomenal song.
Oh, Rusev's kick went straight into the knee.
Whoa!
Rogue
throws him off of him. Kick to the side of the head. Sheamus falling to his knees.
I think we're getting another accolade with the shillelagh, I think.
Oh, you might be right. Oh! Shillelagh across the back. It goes for the pin.
Broken.
Did it break?
Yeah, it broke. No, even
Sheamus ain't having it. He ain't having it.
Yeah, it broke. You can see a little bit of it. The wood chippings.
Yeah, Michael Cole just said they've shattered the shillelagh. Oh, man, this is fun.
This is a really good match.
Fans are loving it again, singing a phenomenal song. Shillelagh's back in the hands of Rusev, as you predicted, though, Lucas. He's setting him up with the shillelagh, and the accolade is in over the mouth, but pulls back on him as well.
He's going to pull back into a pin.
Well, he could do. He could lean back too far. No, he taps.
Oh, wow.
Sheamus taps. He had the shillelagh across his mouth in a modified, kind of pulled back version of the accolade. And Rusev picks up the win. Big statement for Rusev there. You know, kind of, hopefully it means that he gets something else after this. But I think equally, Sheamus deserves something big as well.
Yeah, well, we spoke so much about Sheamus and what he deserves. There's lots of things that I think and I'm saying this as a fan base, I think we genuinely want to see it as well. Like, I think there's some things where people go, oh, so and so should do this, and you're like, okay, that's just you thinking that. But I think genuinely, Sheamus winning the IC title, which will make everyone happy.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be anyone disappointed with that.
What a bro kick!
Yeah, seeing the highlights shown back on the replay here. Of course, the huge bro kick there, the moment where they go through the tables as well, and then the shillelagh action at the end from Rusev, who picks up the win. But man, a very enjoyable match. And Rusev stands strong.
And with that, I will hop out for the next match, charge this device, and I will return after this next contest, I believe.
All right, Lucas.
Will be the 4-way. But yeah, cheers, guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks very much. See you in a bit. All right. So, yeah, we are locked into the watch along with 2 more matches to go. Let me know what you think of the show so far. Have you enjoyed Clash in Paris? And what do you think is going to happen next as well? So, get your comments coming in and let me know. And let's run through some of the highlights that we've seen so far. Of course, later on, we'll hit you with an instant reaction review, so stay tuned for that as well. But let's just talk about the results so far, at least. The show would open with Bronson Reed versus Roman Reigns. And it was Bronson Reed that picked up... No, sorry, it was the Roman Reigns that picked up the win. But Bronson Reed made sure Roman Reigns would leave, apparently heading to the hospital. We also saw the tag team titles defended by the Wyatt Six. They successfully defended against the Street Profits, who had a little bit of friction between the team, but it didn't explode as many of us thought it might. We've also seen Nikki Bella fail to win the Intercontinental Championship. Becky Lynch retained in that one, and we've just finished with an incredible Donnybrook match, a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match, which is so entertaining. Myself and Lucas absolutely thrilled with what we saw in that one. Let me know, guys, what you think the match of the night so far is and what you're looking forward to next. Kieran thinks we might get to see the match up next. It's really hard to tell, what are they going to do? Are they going to go with a big surprise at either one of these matches? Oh wow, European tour. Yeah. Another one. Mate, nice. No England. No England. Come on. But there's at least one Raw, one Smack. Oh, here we go, England. Hey, London's getting SmackDown. And Belfast is getting Raw. Fantastic. Another European TV tour, guys. Well, that gives us the opportunity to hit you with some more live watch-along content as well. Again, we don't often get to watch these shows at a reasonable time. And when we do, it means we are more likely to give you extra content as well. So it's fantastic news for us. Fantastic news for you guys following us as well. We appreciate all your support. If you haven't already, please subscribe to us at the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Again, earlier on, we had our build-up show, which got you hyped up and in the mood for the PLE, I hope. That's what we tend to do every PLE, is talk last-minute rumours and predictions and stuff like that. Right now, though, you're tuned into the Clash in Paris watch-along, which, again, is something we don't often get to do, but thankfully we have this time. Later on, we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review as well, so make sure you stay tuned on this stream for that. And if you're watching on demand, it will be uploaded separately on the channel as well. Most impactful sports TV voices 21st century. It looks like Michael Cole's got a vote in that for the New York Times. So congratulations to him. Looks like John Cena might be up next. Michael Cole chant. Most PLE wins in history. Look at this. Undertaker 107. John Cena 98. Triple H 92. Randy Orton 81. That's crazy. But of course Cena's up there. I ain't going to pretend I cheered him on for many years when I definitely didn't. He won too much. That graphic would have annoyed me like 15 years ago. But it looks like we're getting it next, guys. It is one of the few dates left in John Cena's WWE active wrestling career. And I've got to say, I'm here for it. As much as, again, I've had my ups and downs with Cena over the years, I'm here for the nostalgia act. I'm here for what he means as a performer to this industry. So I'm looking forward to this one. Him and Logan Paul, what do you think it's going to be, guys? Do you think it's going to be a long match? Do you think it's going to be a win for Cena? Is it going to be a win for Logan Paul? Are we going to get something like Brock Lesnar showing up? And if we do, what does it mean for the match? Or is it after the match like we saw at SummerSlam? I hope not. I don't want it to be the same old thing. Again, let me know what you think of the show so far, guys. Keep your comments coming. We've been enjoying your input and conversation throughout the night. Again, on the build-up show, first of all, and now on the watch-along. And again, hopefully you'll stick with us for the instant reaction review, where we'll really give our thoughts on this show as far as a review goes. So yeah, Logan Paul, John Cena up next. And while the WWE let you know what's up next, let me let you know, there we go, what else you can find on this channel. Again, we like to get you in the mood for the PLEs, but we also like to give you interviews with some of your favorite WWE superstars. So we've had the opportunity in the past to interview the likes of Zelina Vega and Rhea Ripley. Also had great conversations on this very channel with Drew McIntyre and Imperium. So if you haven't already, check out those on this channel. As I say, tonight is a rare opportunity for us to be able to give you a watch-along experience, so I hope you've been enjoying it. But I do want to know what you thought of the show so far. Have you enjoyed Clash in Paris? And do you think that this match here, John Cena versus Logan Paul, has any surprises up its sleeve? As I say, Logan Paul versus John Cena is up next. They've done well to create a story out of this feud, considering Cena was just a heel. Might have been the best option for it. Like a very hateable character in Logan Paul that people want to boo against the guy who's traditionally a super baby face who people wanted to cheer ever since I think they realised the heel run wasn't going to be what people expected. So they kind of gave up on it. I honestly think the fans gave up on it. And I know, again, there'll be plenty of debate in the future about this as the years go on, where people say, oh, it was for this reason and for that reason, and make excuses. But ultimately, it wasn't what it should have been. And we just got to let it go now. We got to kind of put it behind us even, because I don't know if we'll ever let it go. But put it behind us for now and enjoy what we've got left of John Cena while he's still here, active in the WWE. And that's what we're getting up next. Logan Paul's now making his way to the ring, again through that incredible set with the Eiffel Tower. It's a big match for Logan. I mean, he's had some incredible... You look at his kind of CV and who he's faced and what he's done in the WWE so far. He only has big matches. So I know some people say, oh, well, he's kind of walked into that then, because he's a celeb. He's got a Let's Go Logan Paul sign there. He's actually got a fan there cheering for him. That kid didn't buy into Cena's face turn, clearly. But yeah, it's another big match, another kind of headline for Logan Paul's WWE career here. Loads of signs here for Logan Paul. I assume it's from the green shirt guy, because he apparently put him out on SmackDown, was it a few months back, when Logan Paul dissed him, or he at least blamed it on the green shirt guy. But yeah, good to see he's made it all the way to Paris, as we said earlier on. Time to see if Brock comes out after whoever wins this one, says Kieran. I've got a feeling that it won't be exactly the same, but maybe Brock is there. But now that it's not the last match, maybe he's not there. Gary says if Brock ruins this match, it would be so disappointing. Yeah, I think this will be a fun match with good storytelling. I do think, though, Brock coming back doing exactly what he did last time will be disappointing as well. So he kind of needs to do something different that maybe would be involved with a match and ruin the match. But I get what you mean. I think that would be kind of cheap as well. But otherwise, it does exactly what he did last month. And I don't think we need to see that. I saw someone with a green shirt with a smile on her face in the front row. Is that him? That's him, buddy. You see him at pretty much every WWE PLE, including those in international territories, He must have a good old bank account. Oh, fans are really excited for Cena now. Ooh. Waiting for the Cena song to hit. They're all waiting with their phones up that they're not making noise. Now they are. Cena. That's what they're waiting for, surely, before they hit play on the theme song. Dude's a millionaire, says Gary, as far as green shirt man. He might be. So make it to all these shows, front row. Ain't cheap. There we go. Fans have exploded. And the colour explodes on the graphics as well. Cena looks impressed. They are loud. Can you hear them singing John Cena's theme song? This is amazing. It's nice for Cena to get that. Not that Cena's not had big moments himself. He's headlined multiple WrestleManias and stuff like that, being in front of great crowds. But it would have been a shame if Cena didn't get to take advantage of this new kind of strategy from WWE, doing these international shows more often and more PLEs. Of course, again, he's wrestled abroad before, don't get me wrong. But a PLE in Paris is not something we've seen before. So it's nice that Cena's being able to kind of experience this. Big cheers for John Cena as he makes his way down the ramp and slides into the ring. for the last ever times. As you can see the sign in the background, thank you, Cena. Oh man, it feels emotional. It feels like I'm watching his last match. It's not his last match, guys. We've still got a bit longer. We're going all the way to December, but tonight, man, if you were to go out with an entrance like this, I think you'd be pretty pleased, man. What a great reception. He came out with some colour about time. Yeah, Kieran, since he's turned good again, he's exploded the colour back onto the screens. Cena thinks, alluding to ringing in his ear, I guess. Louder than Roman's entrance, says Kieran. Yeah, it was. Definitely the biggest pop of the night, for sure. Imagine if Rock and Brock came out together to go after Cena. Yeah, look, again, if Rock comes back, that I could kind of see that. Rock and Brock have got history themselves, so... Look at that banner. Again. Thank you, Cena. And they're all just singing along the tune to Seven Nation Army now. Man, again, these European crowds. It's a different culture. And a lot of it comes from football and stuff like that. But yeah, so cool. That'd be crazy if I can see it happening. Maybe not tonight. Yeah, Gary, I think so. I didn't really think about Rock coming back until you mentioned it earlier on. Then it kind of got me wondering where he would fit in. And I think that kind of would make sense and make up for some of the issues in Cena's heel run. Never seen 17. Again, I like that this has become part of his babyface gimmick. Before, it was a smug thing that he made them announcing like this. And now, it's something that they sing along to, basically. But it's weird that it's things like Last World Champion. That was all very heel stuff. So it's weird that they're kind of clinging to that still. But hey, here's where it is. How long's this match going to be, guys? We're, 2.5 hours into the show? It is coming up to 9:30 here in the UK. And again, what a scene we've got there. The lights, the size of the audience, the fantastic entryway. Gary says, I saw the White Six entrance earlier. It gave me chills. Yeah, that was another good one, actually. Them singing along to the theme song was brilliant. Been a great night for entrances, that's for sure. And a good night for matches as well. I've got to say, it's been very entertaining tonight. Collar and elbow tie-up. We're underway into a headlock by Logan Paul to plenty of boos around him. So this is probably, I don't know, maybe going to be a bit closer to the pacing we saw in the first match. As far as maybe not a lot happens at first and then it starts to explode. But then when you got someone there like Logan, who is very athletic, maybe not. I feel like he probably will wrestle more to Cena's style in this. In the beginning, at least. And then we'll probably get a crazy spot from Cena. We're like, what was that move? I got a feeling that we'll get something like that in this match. Gary says, I don't like Logan, but I got to give it to him. He can wrestle. Yeah, I think as a character, he's a guy that people love to hate. But yeah, as far as a performer, again, we've always said since he showed up, he's been fantastic. And he's just continued to improve. So, and as I say, he's getting these high-profile matches to do it in. Body shots from Logan Paul. They're playing up to his titanium loaded hand. Yeah, Gary said I just don't like him from his YouTube days. Of course, referring to Logan Paul. Definitely a few controversial moments from his career, but it's changed these days as far as like the content he produces as well. I think it's a lot more palatable for someone like me. Seen some of his podcasts, not bad, especially the wrestling ones. I've enjoyed some of it. But who do we think is actually going to win this match, guys? John Cena or Logan Paul? Cena's getting back in control now. Some punches to Logan on the turnbuckle. But we're watching our 5th out of 6 matches tonight. Logan Paul lands on his feet, hits Cena with a kick. I think it's going to be a lot of crowd work in this one. A lot of emotion behind it. Yeah, 23 matches as they're saying, and as Michael Cole says, he's never had a bad performance, which is true. It's true. Gary thinks Cena's going to win 100%. Yeah, I think Cena's likely to win, unless Brock screws him. I think Cena's going to win as well. Logan Paul very much in control from the start, though. Let's go Cena chance. Just a reminder, stay tuned after this watch along experience for the instant reaction review as well. Cena hits Logan with a big old clothesline. It's a big cheer and applause. Punches in the corner now from John Cena. Again, each one being met with a cheer. Irish whips into the opposite turnbuckle. Kick, though, from Logan Paul as he climbs up to the second rope. Oof. Blockbuster. Goes to the pin. Saplemondo. Gary says, I love the Sting mask in the background. Yeah, wear it. Let me try and get it. Let's see if I can put it over for you. Oh, I can't reach too well. Anyway, it's there we go. Signed by the man himself. Look at that. What do you want to say, Sting? Who's going to win? Cena, he reckons. Oh. Gotta get that now. Stay there, mate. Suplex from Logan Paul and John Cena. Simple Mondo. Logan Paul now flicking his ear to kind of mimic or kind of take the mickey out of the fans in Paris. I wonder how many people are there from outside of Paris or outside of France in general, and then outside of Europe. It'd be interesting to get the figures of how many people have gone to this from outside of, again, those places. More chance here, John Cena. Cena getting cooked by Logan Paul so fast, says Kieran. Look at the fans, though, man. They're well and truly behind Cena in this one. It's a great atmosphere. Again, I want to know how many people were there. I want to know all the stats around it. Like I said, I want to know kind of how many people will come from outside of Paris, outside of France, outside of Europe. It'd be interesting to know. I mean, it's clearly a very French crowd either way. From the things they're chanting. But then again, if I was there, I'd be chanting the Supplemental as well. But fantastic atmosphere here. Cesaro mentioned there from Michael Cole, referencing the uppercut from Logan Paul. Interesting. Don't often mention people working for the opposite side, but fair play. Oof. Flies into the corner on Cena again, who rolls into the middle of the ring. Logan Paul very much in control. Starting to slow down now. I'm hoping it picks up soon. The fans are carrying this section, that's for sure. Let's go Cena chance. Surely Cena's going to move. Oh, he hits him with a clothesline. Straight out the corner. Logan flops into the corner himself. Where are we at? 9:37 here in the UK. Again, it's hard to know how much we've got left because the PLEs, they really seem to change their mind all the time. Is it a 3-hour show, a 4-hour show, or somewhere in between? I reckon it's probably going to be the latter. I can see this going at least being wrapped up in, especially if Lesnar is there by the top of the hour. And then I'd say 40 to 45 minutes on the main event, including, whatever promos that come in between, all the entrances and stuff like that. So I've got a feeling we've got about an hour on this show. Setting up for the 5-knuckle shuffle. You can't see me. Huge from the fans. Ooh. Hits the 5-knuckle shuffle. Gary says, apparently the post-show from WWE starts in 30 minutes. Thanks, Gary. I actually forgot to check that. That's usually a good indicator as to what they actually kind of think they might do themselves. They sometimes go over that. They sometimes go under that. Whoa! Buckshot lariat. Not the smoothest one he's done, but still not bad. Cena's a little bit further and needed to be there, away from Logan after he landed the jump over the ropes. But as you say, Gary, yeah, it starts in 30 minutes, which would indicate that's when they originally, maybe some departments at least, expected this PLE to end. I don't see that being the case. But that might mean we're not quite on my estimate of an hour to go. Oof. Knees up. Cena lifts him up on top of his shoulders. This might even be... No, he's going to kick out the AA, isn't he? Oof. That was close. That was close. Everybody kicks out of everybody's finishes now, though. That's the thing. Yeah, so maybe it'll be about 40 minutes left then. Maybe it'll finish at 10:30. We'll see. Either way, what I'm seeing at the moment is entertaining, so I can't complain. And I hope you guys have been entertained as well tonight. Again, those that joined us on the build-up show earlier on, we appreciate you. Those that stuck with us here as well on the watch along, and hopefully those that will join us on the instant reaction review later on, where we'll break down the entire show in detail. The octopus, eh? Is that what they're calling this? Oh, it's Inoki's move. Well, it's not anymore. It's been reversed by John Cena. Logan Paul then rolls him up, goes for a pin, only gets a 2. But Cena quickly turns it into the STF. But now Michael Cole's gone to the STFU again. I'm really confused why Michael Cole's been doing that. They moved away from that name so long ago to STF. I feel like Michael Cole just forgot that. Because I thought he was saying STFU because he was a heel again. But then they called it both things there. Pulls Logan away after grabbing the rope, but Logan's about to kick him away into the turnbuckle. Gets up. Kicks himself. John Cena on the second rope. Oof. Tornado DDT. Again, I knew we'd see something out of the ordinary from Cena. We might see more, but that covers it if not. Only a 2 though. So it's got to be at least 45 minutes, especially with a main event. Yeah, I think 40 to 45 is probably where we're at then. Depends what happens at the end of this match, right? Cole getting confused, yeah, with the moves. Look at that audience, man. Arms in the air, like. So cool. Cena kind of hyping himself up with it as well. Setting up for the AA. No. Logan's down. Picks him up for... Oh! Wow. Just a 2. Well, sample and Monduez, I should say. Both men down. The audience don't care, though. They're about to sing again. French doing the WWE proud tonight, says Gary. I agree, mate. What an audience. What an audience. I'd love to be there. I really would. Great match. Great show they've seen so far. I mean, each of the matches has been entertaining and the crowd have been on fire. Oh, I thought it was going to be the typical thing to set up again for the 5 knuckle shuffle, but Paul reverses. Doesn't get all of it. Not the pin, at least. Drone footage from above. I mean, good look at that wide angle. Look how amazing it looks. Have they announced the attendance? I really want to know. Yeah, Gary, it would have been so cool to be there live. I did think about it, but just didn't work out. Other commitments and all that. Been a busy time. But I'm glad we managed to do all this extra content around it at least. But hey, there's another opportunity, right? They're coming back to Europe as we saw earlier on in the new year. The Road to the Royal Rumble, I think they were calling the tour. So apparently, set up as of yesterday was for 31,128 with 460 tickets available. So I don't know if they've announced a figure, WWE themselves, but whatever it is, 30,000 is a decent number. Largest indoor arena in the world, and man, they're getting the best out of it. Logan Paul on the top rope now. Cena looks like he's going to roll. Oh, no, he doesn't. He takes a swanton, then he's about to take a moonsault from Logan Paul as well. Only gets a 2, though, or supplement deux, I should say. Barrett says those athletics would have earned Logan Paul a medal in the gymnastics in last year's Paris Olympics. Not sure about that, but still very impressive. Good bit of commentary. Gary says, just read that back. Would be good if I could type English. I got what you meant anyway, Gary. Don't worry. Yeah, Logan Paul playing out to being distracted. Oh, and he goes for another kind of uppercut. Cena moves, sets Logan up for something, double underhook, lifts him up. Oof. Again, something different from his Arsenal there. Ooh, looked like he was going to get the free count there. Cena now trying to get to the legs of Logan Paul, climbing up together. Both getting to their feet. Headbutt from Cena. Punch him, Logan. Bit of back and forth. Cheers and boos. Classic spot. Gary says, "Come on, Cena, finish this clown." I think he will. I feel a bit more confident in the result now. Woo! Wow. Yeah, he threw him in the air, uppercut. Didn't quite hit him as Cesaro has in the past. Another kind of reference to Cesaro. It's time from me. But into the chest almost. Yeah, not quite as smooth as you want, but not bad. Oh, what's up with Logan's face? Is he cut? He's got blood on his right cheek. Oh, we know what Logan's doing here. Shoulder tackles. Ridiculous. Why would Cena go for that move? No. Why would anyone go for it when it's seen as kind of a obvious thing as well? Shoulder tackle, back body drop, or whatever it is. You can't see me coming from Logan here, but he's definitely got blood on his face. It looks like, is it coming from his lip? I feel like Cena's going to do something here. He's wasting a lot of time. Yeah, nobody says it. Very long. Cena's got to kick him in the head. You can't see me, he says. Oh, no, he just gets up as he moves. Lifts him up to the AA position. Hits the AA. This might be it. No. Is he got to do it from the top rope? There's definitely blood on that mat. I think you might have to do it from the top rope, guys. That might be the finish to this match. Unless Lesnar's music just hits now and he just beats them both up. All right, again, they both slowly try to get to their feet. Top rope AA is what Gary thinks might do it as well. Headbutt from John Cena. Kick to the knee by Logan Paul. Headbutt from John Cena. Headbutt from John Cena. Headbutt from John Cena. Runs the ropes. Comes back. Oh! Hurricane Rana from John Cena. Look, I said it, guys. We're going to see a few different moves. Oh! Sunset Bomb. Pop Rocks, whatever you want to call it these days. Only gets the 2. It's funny when you see Cena do these moves. I don't know why. It's just because it looks so odd. And they're a little bit slightly clunkier than others. You know, not as graceful, I should say, but still flipping impressive. Don't get me wrong. But because it's big, strong Cena, it looks a little bit kind of different. But entertaining. Bit of blood on Cena's forehead as well. Are they saying Super Cena? Which is a bit ironic. You know, that was a negative term about Cena back in the day. Where the hell did the Hurricane Runner from Cena come from, says Gary. Oh, right hand from Paul. Only a 2, surely, yeah. Well, they ain't done it. I think Cena's going to win this unless Brock Lesnar comes out and kind of alters the ending in the match. But even if he did just come out and beat up Cena, then that's kind of what we saw with Roman Reigns earlier. You know, you'd need Cena to kind of get over on Brock. Oh, a kip up from Logan Paul. A little smile from him as well. Right, he's going up to the top rope, so I imagine Cena might join him and set up a double AA, not a double AA, top rope one. No, he's not. Paul from Grace, the frog splash, the low down type frog splash from Logan Paul is on the opposite side now, much closer. Going to be a different angle. Hits another. This might be it. Woo! John Cena kicks out. I think they are saying Super Cena because Wade Barrett just said Superman as well. Yeah, I mean, again, they're talking about Big Match John, but the phrase of Super Cena wasn't a positive one back in the day. It was basically what you'd say when you were annoyed that Cena won again. But, you know, we're playing into it now, nostalgia. He's done the same spot again. 5-knuckle shuffle, okay. I completely missed it, but Cena missed it most of the time anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now he's hitting him with the AA. No, Cena's crawling down the back of him. Rolls him up. Oh, is he going to do a Styles Clash? Is he going to do this guy? Oh my gosh, John Cena with a Styles Clash. Oh, he kicks out. John Cena with the Styles Clash. If I'd have seen that 15 years ago, I would have been so confused. I mean, it's still confusing now, but like, at least we're used to Cena trying a lot of random things in matches nowadays. But I mean, that has set the fans off singing the phenomenal song for AJ Styles. Kieran says, I'm sure this has been the longest match so far. I don't know if it has, you know, because it's been long. It's been long. What is this madness, says Gary? I mean, unbelievable. Seeing a Styles Clash from John Cena. And he lifts him up to the top rope. It looks like it might be what we predicted, guys. A top rope AA might be coming up to finish the match. But you're right, Kieran. It's definitely been long. I just wonder if that first one was still longer. But I guess with that, it was the start of the show I was thinking of as well. Cena's thrown off. Logan Paul, I bet he jumped. Is he going to jump into it? Ooh, he jumps and he rolls through. Classic. Can he throw him up to the shoulders? Is he still got it? He does. AA. That's got to be it. Oh, no, he's picking him up again. For another. Oh, no. And he gets out. Punch. Duck. Cena picks him up. Another one. This has got to be it. That's it. John Cena wins. Big reaction from the audience. Arms in the air. Flags and signs waving about. Oh, I got goosebumps. That was great. It's a great moment, really. Great atmosphere. Like I say, they really made that match, by the way. They've made this show. I mean, the show's been great, but they have, you know, if this was football, you'd be calling them the 12th man. Wow, what a great match. Guys, let me know what you thought of that one. And it's not the only one that I think I've come away from tonight saying, man, what a match. Very, very good show. As far as the entertainment in the ring goes. Cena back to his feet. It is 4 minutes to 10 here in the UK, which means we have just about nearly enough at least reached the 3-hour mark. And I think our prediction for about 45 minutes to go from this point kind of makes sense. And he kind of shows that he gives his heart to the fans. And as Cole just said, the last time he performs in Europe in the ring. And that really makes me think, man, I should have gone. I'm not even the biggest Cena fan. I spent so many years thinking, Super Cena. I mean, I've seen him live enough. There you go. Huge ovation there for John Cena. 9 out of 10 match, says Gary. Glad there was no interruption. Oh, there's that kid again. There's the kid he made fun of in Brussels or kind of dissed. And then shone a light on him in Paris, in Lyon, I should say. And then put him front row for this match. But he's walked away from him. He still dissed him. He didn't mean to do it this time, but the kid, did you see, he got his little towel out ready and a pen. He just walked off. He's still a heel. Hugging Jelly Roll and kind of spending a bit of time there as well with Post Malone. Very entertaining. I should say though, Gary, no interruption. Could still see something. I don't think we will. Well, he's getting back in the ring. When does Lesnar come back if it's not tonight? Because his feud's got to pick back up now for WrestlePalooza. And one more time for the fans on the top row. Bit of appreciation again from Cena and to Cena as we fade to black and get to an ad for the ESPN deal. Right, so guys, what did you think of that? Again, 9 out of 10 from Gary. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. Fantastic match. I think it was one of those where you kind of expected the pacing and kind of stylistic approach that they would take. But that's not a bad thing. I think it was a kind of a great example of what that kind of match can be. So, yeah, really enjoyable match. Probably the right decision as well. I don't think Logan Paul necessarily needed to win. John Cena needs to look strong after losing the title, as Lucas said earlier on. It's a bit weird saying that, but yeah. Last match, Kieran, that's it. We've got one more match to go. No appearance by Brock Lesnar, so you might expect a surprise at the end of this one instead. Indianapolis hosts WrestlePalooza September the 20th, and of course we'll try our best to give you as much content around that PLE as we can as well. It's not at a reasonable time for us in Europe as these shows have been lately, so not sure how much we'll get to do, but we'll certainly try and hit you with our PLE tradition, which is to give you at least a build-up show which lasts a few hours, taking you right up to the start of the show itself with last-minute rumours and talking about the WWE news at the time, and hopefully some friends from the wrestling media world joining us on that stream as ever as well. Who are they bigging up? Oh, okay, Peacock saying thanks for the 5 years. Bye. It's the last one. Yeah, tomorrow night, Monday Night Raw, Intercontinental title on the line, AJ Styles versus Dominic Mysterio. I think the fans are going to be hugely behind this one. Obviously, the AJ connection from Leon last year, but I think they're going to give Dom a lot of love as well. So I'm really looking forward to that. It could be a title win for AJ Styles. We could see another title change hands in Europe, which is a nice thing to say, isn't it? Looking forward to it, though. We're going to cover it in depth on this channel because we will have another watch along. The European tour isn't over just yet. And they've just announced another one for early next year as well, which is really kind of intrigued me. So yeah, looking to cover that as much as we can. French commentator now. What time is Raw tomorrow? Missed the time that it came up. In the UK, Kieran, it is 7 p.m. So if you're watching this and you're not from the UK, Google what time is 7 p.m. BST in your country. Is this the announcement of how many people were there? There you go, 30,343. It's a great number. That's a great number. And a show that deserves that attendance, I think. Fantastic show. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you want from European shows. Wow, the highest gate for any single event in Line Defense Arena. I mean, they like promoting all that stuff. For me, that just kind of screams, we charge too much for our tickets. But fair play getting that many people in the audience, especially at the high prices they charge. Kieran, you're in the UK. You got no score tomorrow. That's good. Nice rest. It's going to be a post show after this. Again, no press conferences anymore, sadly. So backstage talk now. They're trying to get a hold of Seth Rollins. Here he is. Lovely blue attire. Again, this has been played through the whole night. Paul Heyman's in the hospital. No Bron Breakker, no Bronson Reed. You're on your own, buddy. Nah, there's a plan. Ooh, something's happening. I know where you're going with this. And I'm already 2 steps ahead. I'm all alone out there tonight. Something's happening tonight, guys. Who is it, though? Who's joining the Vision? I think I want Becky Lynch to join. Okay, so saying he's never needed anyone now, so. But you're going to use someone, surely. Why would they play into getting rid of his whole crew unless he's losing? Like, that's the other kind of way they do it. Huge reaction for Seth Rollins there as well. They chanted along, and Kieran says Reed and the big dog will come out. That's my guess. They could just show back up, but then they're risking the what was it? Suspended without pay. Gary says I can't call it. I have no idea. This is a tough one. You know what? The match, not so much, but this does throw a spanner in the works as to what the ending could be. Maybe he could lose the title, and they are kind of setting us up for that. So there's more chance of him losing the title, I think, than there was before. But there's also, in my opinion, more chances of a match is going to happen. That means he can title as well. Weirdly enough, if they can balance out. Imagine Brock joining the Vision. Could happen. I mean, he's got kind of a past relationship, of course, with Paul Heyman. But we do have the World Heavyweight Championship coming up next, guys. It is your main event. We questioned earlier on whether or not it would go on last, and they've decided that is the case. And I do feel like it might, because something big is going to happen. LA Knight, says Gary. Could you imagine if LA Knight does win the title? Here we go. Highlights now from SummerSlam. black and white shot of CM Punk holding the gold title. And then Rollins' music hitting. Great shot, man. This is cool. It looked like a classic piece of French cinema. It's a great moment, and that's why I feel like they're not having them lose the title. They've only just done it. Yeah, cool production, isn't it, Kieran? Gary says if Brock does join the Vision, oh my goodness, they would dominate even more. Yeah, true. You haven't seen Brock in a stable before, really. Yeah, so this match kind of led to everything, right? That they're showing at the moment, LA Knight and Seth Rollins, where Seth faked the injury. And if you go back, I was saying back then, I don't think Seth's injured. I thought he was going to come and do something at the end of that night. I thought he was going to cash in that night. When he didn't, I thought, well, maybe not. Maybe he's not injured. And I'm glad to say he wasn't, just because A, that's good for him. But B, it was great for us as viewers because, man, what a great moment that was. Kim was trying to think of people that could join the Vision. Yeah, I think I haven't even thought who do we actually think, guys? It'd be crazy if it was someone in the match that turned like, I said earlier, people floating the idea, Jey Uso, LA Knight. It's not gonna be Punk. Brock. Crazy, but I don't think so. I think the one for me is the most obvious one for me is Becky Lynch, but I do wonder if they're going to do that. If they're going to blur their stories together, if they're going to bring a woman into the stable. I would love to see it, but are they more likely to bring in a male competitor, maybe someone that's returning? Kieran says, I don't want or think, I don't know, Becky to. Don't think Becky would join since she would be the only girl. Yeah, but I think that wouldn't be a problem. They could add another girl in the future, but they don't need to. I think one girl's fine. I think Brock, but that could be pushing it. Yeah, Gary, I don't think it will be Brock, but I get the fantasy booking. Brock's tied up in this storyline with John Cena, so that crazy ending to Raw as well, where they all started to kind of turn on each other. Here we go. Fatal 4-way. Jey Uso's coming out first. You can see him in the back with the fans and taped up ribs. Here we go. Uso's out first. Kieran says, has Brock had awful relationships with Reed and Seth and the big dog or nah? I mean, he's had a lot of back and forth with Seth in the past. They faced each other at WrestleMania. I don't think he's really interacted with Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker that much. As expected, the Jey Uso entrance looks fantastic. With all those fans around them. And as Gary says, LA Knight would be interesting. I think it would change his character a bit, which would be a bit of a shame. Because, I mean, maybe not. You can't be a heel and be the way he is, because he kind of has those kind of heel tendencies anyway. But I'd like to see him become more champion at some point. I think joining a stable as a heel is not going to help that. But then again, maybe he's not even going to win it anyway. So, I mean, I don't think he's winning it tonight. So, but yeah, as you say, it would be interesting. And they're really playing up to the fact that Jey Uso's not 100% because he was attacked by the Vision earlier on and trying to defend his cousin, Roman Reigns. Kieran says, unless whoever wins joins the division. What, kicking out Seth? Imagine they all just turn on Seth. I don't see that happening. Too many twists and turns going opposite to what they've been building. So I can see a new member, but yeah. But be careful, Jay, to remember to sell these ribs on his entrance. Look at that. It's so loud as well. All the lights in the air. Yeet. Look at Post Malone and Jelly Roll yeeting as well. Kieran says, is Survivor Series the next big show? No, so the next one will be WrestlePalooza, which is a former ECW pay-per-view, actually, name at least. That's going to be September the 20th. I imagine they'll have one in October. If it's the same as last year, it'll be Bad Blood. As in, that used to be the spot for Hell in a Cell, and Hell in a Cell's gone back to Bad Blood. So I imagine it'd be Bad Blood. And then we'll have Survivor Series War Games, which I believe this year is in San Diego. And then we get to December, where there's no PLE announced, but there's a lot of rumors going around that John Cena's final match will be on December the 13th, which people believe will be a Saturday night's main event. So not a PLE, but still a big show, and of course even bigger if that's the case with John Cena. And then what do you know? We head into January for the Royal Rumble, and we are straight on the road to WrestleMania once again. So yeah, it just keeps on coming. And as always, guys, stick with us on the channel because we'll try and cover it all as much as we can. LA Knight's now making his way to the ring as well. Haven't ever watched Survivor Series or Bad Blood before. It seems good. Yeah, no, they're good shows. They are good shows. Gary Underwood says, I like Jay, but Yeet is such a ridiculous word. It is. It's just silly, isn't it, Gary? It's just silly. Kieran, so if you haven't seen SummerSlam and Survivor Series, I think you're mixing up the words there, and Bad Blood, then what was the first WWE show you saw, buddy? And now at the moment we can see the entrance for Mr. LA Knight, yeah. And I had a good conversation with Mr. LA Knight, yeah, on this channel, if you haven't seen it already. Once these streams are over and done with, again, make sure you subscribe and check out more of our content like that. I managed to ask him about what the comparisons to The Rock and Austin kind of made him feel like, and the reason behind his name and how he got so good at promo work. Kieran says, I only started watching WWE about 4 months ago at SmackDown. Brilliant. Well, welcome along for the ride, buddy. And thanks for choosing us to enjoy it with you. LA Knight's ring work is out of this world. So good. I think ring work is where people would say he's lacking a bit more. And then the mic stuff is where he really makes up for it. But I like him. I think as a package, he's fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, here we go. One of my favorites of all time now, CM Punk. Huge reaction. Are they going to sing the theme song? You know they're going to sing the theme song. Am I going to get goosebumps? You know I'm probably going to get goosebumps. Goosebumps ain't come yet. Overall, he's just so good, says Gary, talking about LA Knight. And the winner is walking out, says Kieran. Kieran thinks it's a CM Punk win. Post Malone and Jelly Roll again having a great time. Vibing to Punk's theme song. The cult of personality. And the audience are very behind it. Here we go. It's clobbering time, everyone. I see Gary singing along in the comments as well. I think CM Punk, yeah, I've been thinking this for a while. I think he's growing his hair long again. I missed that day. He said #1 in the world straight edge personified or something like that. Then he said April Larry as an AJ Lee's wife and Larry his dog. Something's coming home. I don't know what he said, the title or something like that, but they moved the camera off him at that point. There it is, goosebumps. As the Rock would say. They got there in the end. Post Malone having a great time. Those goosebumps for Kieran. Me and Gary singing along. Though. No one cashing now, losers. Yep, that's it. The Money in the Bank briefcase has been cashed in already on CM Punk. It's not until next year when they'll be up for grabs again. Both of them out the system now, of course. Naomi cashed in and she's just going to weigh herself. So Gary said, I've not seen Punk live yet. Gary, I hope you get the opportunity. I don't know how many more years he's going to be doing this, so hope you get to do it. Last few times I've seen Punk live, they didn't sing his theme song like this. I mean, actually, All in Wembley, but then there are also a lot of people that are against him at the time. So it wasn't as loud as it might have been at a show like this. Burn it down, though. But yeah, I'm privileged enough to have seen CM Punk a few times. I saw him win the Money in the Bank, actually. The second time he won it, which was WrestleMania 25. And so his last ever match at AEW. That was quite an eventful one. Have I interviewed Punk, says Kieran? Not yet, buddy. Not yet, I say, because hopefully I'll get the opportunity to do so in the future. Seth is lonely. What a surprise. Yeah, coming out on his own. Doesn't even have his manager with him in the form of Paul Heyman, of course. And Gary says, hopefully next time they're here, I'll go. Yeah, as I say, they announced a new tour for January. So maybe that one will work out. Has anyone in the ring I've done it with as far as an interview? LA Knight. No, he's the only one in this match that I've actually interviewed, to be honest. Yeah, I've seen them all wrestle live, but I've only interviewed out of 4 of these LA Knight. Speaking of interviews, yeah, they're talking about his interview with Jackie Redmond backstage, where he basically said, look, I can do this on my own, it's fine, don't worry. And he's 2 steps ahead of you, basically. He's planned, it's all right. And I think they've been playing up to that for a little while. I think last week on Raw, he made a comment that was quite similar. So I got a feeling that we will get something tonight as far as a surprise. Food at 10:20. You're just eating. You're missing half of it because of food. What you having, mate? What you having? I'd like to know what people are eating when they're watching wrestling. Let us know. Chicken curry with garlic bread. Oh, nice. No naan bread, eh? But garlic bread, nice. I'm getting hungry now saying that. I also need a drink. So I'm going to play you our channel trailer. Let you know what the channel's all about while I quickly rush and get a drink. And again, we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, I'm back. Did you miss me? I've naan bread with Chinese. Wait, you have garlic bread. So you have Italian food with Indian food, and then you have naan bread with Chinese food, mate. Full of food. You might notice I've just rushed in some food myself. I'm in a fairy cake. I figured since I'm doing the instant reaction review straight after the show, I needed to make sure I'd eaten something, gone to the toilet, and had a quick drink. Match is underway. LA Knight in the ring with CM Punk. Thank you, Gary. I wouldn't call chicken curry Chinese. I know, it's Indian. That's what I'm saying. You're having a garlic bread, which is Italian, with chicken curry, which is Indian. And then you said that you have, and I said about naan bread, you said, no, you have naan bread with Chinese. What? Which is Indian with Chinese. What? Match well underway now. Uso, quite a high-flying start. Knocks Seth Rollins out of the ring. You are live with us on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. This is the main event for the World Heavyweight Championship. Jey Uso went to fly, but CM Punk stopped him in his tracks. Who's going to win the Fatal 4-Way, guys? You do have a weird combination of foods. Gary says, Scott, remember my one when I was having spag bowl when they were in Italy? I didn't even mean to do that, man. Oh, yeah, good point. Oh, now I want spaghetti bolognese, mate. I see we got Lucas waiting in the wings, so I'm going to bring him back on here as well. And we'll get some more expert analysis of this great card so far. Again, we're in the main event now. Fatal 4-Way. So let's bring Lucas back in and see what he thinks of it so far.
Oh, well, it's a long one today, isn't it?
It is a long one, mate. I had to just quickly run, grab a fairy cake, go to the toilet, drink some water, all while we played our promo video for the channel. I'm happy. I mean, I'm enjoying the show. Again, we'll dive into it a little bit further at the end of the night, I'm sure, with the review. But all in all, I'm happy with what I've seen, and I'm excited about what this match is going to bring as well.
Yeah, obviously it's got the added thing of having obviously the rest of the division banned from ringside. It's obviously something we saw earlier on in the show, and we still got James' injury. But yeah, we've seen. We've seen a lot since obviously we last spoke, but I think it was just the one match, wasn't it? It was Cena Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Which one I thought was quite. I thought it was quite good. I think a lot of the show for me is just hinged on that decision. Well, it was a decision because they booked it like that. To basically have the first match all in be an hour.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm feeling it a little bit now, and
Same.
I have to imagine the crowd are a little bit too. Because a lot's happened since that opening match went down. Almost 3 hours ago now, actually.
Yeah. But again, it's all been good stuff. I can't deny that. But as we've said before, sometimes too much of a good thing is very real as well. So, but look, again, we're into the main event now. There's a potential mystery at play here, because we don't know what we're going to get in that final kind of, I guess, shot at the end of the show. Will we get a new member of the Division, or will we get a new champion? I mean, I don't think we'll get a new champion, but this could be also the reason why they play into a story like this, where they say, well, no one was there to help him. So that gave him the reason to lose. So it's a little bit more possible than it was before in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine, like you said, like with them not having the Vision with them, it just changed the match. And the thing is, it's been my main criticism of the television product recently, the fact that every week is just the same. And so this is making it not be the same or not feel the same on paper. But then you have to beg the question, if they are just going to debut a new member of the Vision, it is just the same. It's just initial pop for it being a new member, obviously. But it will just continue with a streak of, I don't know how many we're up to now, but it's definitely over a month or two of pretty much every main event on Raw finishing by interference, disqualification, count out, all that kind of stuff. Something that I don't know if you spoke about, obviously, while I was gone, but obviously they did also announce a European tour.
Yeah.
January. Which I don't think it's a month they've ever ran over here before. Obviously, AEW are doing a couple of dates in December, just before Christmas, over in the UK, Cardiff, and in Manchester for Parisian and Dynamite, effectively. But yeah, this is a full-blown tour. Well, I say tour. It's Germany, featuring a couple of other stops, but just include their first shows in Poland, I believe.
Yeah. And we are getting another TV show. I believe it was SmackDown's coming to London. Belfast is getting a show as well. So
Belfast's getting Raw. We're getting
hopefully a few opportunities for us to do this again.
We've got a table being set up by the way at the moment. They're looking to put Seth Rollins through.
Oh yeah, technically no DQ.
Yeah. And obviously we did see tables earlier, of course, in the Donnybrook match.
So takes out CM Punk. Confuses
don't trust anyone.
LA.
But it's now the time where Knight and Uso face off then. Yes, it is.
Yeah, every man for himself. This is fun watching Seth get abused, says Kieran. He's not having a good time at the moment. He's been taken through the crowd by Jey Uso now. And the referee just give Punk the title. He's going to win. Or I don't think so. Gary cheering for LA Knight as well. I'm loving it. A lot of differences in the comments and between us on the actual stream as well, as far as what we think is going to happen. So
you know what I'd actually genuinely like to see happen, especially if it's a 4-way, is what if the finish is botched and the wrong person wins? I genuinely want to know what they do. Because obviously we have to assume, obviously, like I said earlier, I think Rollins is most likely going to win. I think I said 90%. Yeah. I think I said Punk second. But
so you mean a genuine
what they do if, like, there've been some shady pins, like, recently. They've had a lot of
close.
Dodgy refereeing and, like, kickouts aren't kickouts, that kind of stuff. It's happening all over, not just in WWE, it's happening all over the place. But what they do,
I think they go with it. I mean, you don't have a Money in the Bank to kind of use as a get out of jail card, so I think you just go with it and change it back.
To be like a finish one time, like
to make it look
a year where in that sports away, like there's not much to come. Like I know they're excited about WrestlePalooza and they're treating it like it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I guess, if we do get John Cena and Brock Lesnar, that's somewhat a big deal. But it's still just like another show that's not basically one of the big four.
Yeah.
Then obviously, Survivor Series and War Games is another weird period of the year, really, because they're going to have to basically manufacture a few for the women because there's nothing for them. So they have to manufacture a few for the women to go, oh, you're all going to just fight in a cage now for some reason. And that will dedicate a lot of time. And then the men... Obviously, they've relied upon the Bloodline storyline for the last couple of them, but that's kind of died out now. But it does seem potentially that the Rollins faction Vision thing will be the direction they go in with that.
It could be, yeah.
And then there's that long gap like we've had the last couple of years of Pedigree, which we know is not his finish. So
nah,
it's a kick out.
Yeah,
the last couple of years, the gap between Survivor Series and the Rumble has been bloody forever, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this time you got the John Cena factor though, so they think there'll be a Saturday night main event maybe on the 13th of December. Gary says, "So glad that the Vision have had from the arena." I do think that will play into the end somehow, Gary. But yeah, we are, as you say, getting into a strange period because we don't know what WrestlePalooza is going to be yet. It is their first show on ESPN, so I do wonder if they're going to kind of put out all the stops. It was interesting to see them thank people behind the scenes and Peacock as a whole earlier on as well, by the way. They don't usually do that sort of stuff.
It's something Vince definitely would never have done.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, obviously, from having to read comment after comment, obviously, from the RWC about the impending ESPN deal and that they don't like it, essentially. A lot of people don't like it. I'm aware that some of the content is remaining on Peacock. Definitely some like Main Event and NXT as well, which is stream on Peacock. So there'll still be some stuff going on there. But I guess from a main roster and like the main bulk of the deal, that is going over to ESPN as a WrestlePalooza. And there's a lot of things really because they're going weirdly, in my opinion, backwards. They're going back to an era what we lost with pay-per-view essentially.
Yeah.
But they're deciding to go back to that, at least in the United States. Obviously over here, most of Europe, Canada, most of the rest of the world, basically, we are getting a very good deal with the Netflix stuff, even though we anticipate price increases to happen with Netflix. It's still like a very good deal for obviously what we get, and that's obviously not forgetting the fact that most people do just have Netflix anyway for their general watching habits. So it's not like they're being forced to buy another streaming service. But yeah, it'd be interesting because one thing I do wonder is obviously tonight, we're having 6 matches, and it's seemingly a WrestleMania 11th show, which we're still in the main event, 3.5 hours in.
Yeah.
But do they do more matches now they're going to be on pay-per-view? Because I think the whole reason I've always looked at, like, you look at old pay-per-views, is the fact that you had to give bang for your buck. Like, you had to
sell it, yeah.
You had to sell it. You had to use television to build towards it, to get people to care about the stuff. And, like, if people didn't care about, like, tonight's show, like, there have been some shows where, they've only had, like, 2 or 3 feuds represented on the entire, 3.5 hour broadcast.
Yeah.
Before that, and they can get away with it because people are subbing to Netflix or to Peacock or to the network as it was back then. But now it's like you need to force people to pay $30, on this show. That's basically your job now.
Yeah.
So interesting what they do that way, or do they continue with the 5, now maybe 6? It seems like 6 are sneaking on, but Triple H wasn't a trade-off. The trade-off wasn't 6 matches, but you add an extra half an hour to the show. It was just...
Again, for the big ones, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, but you don't need... I mean, we've got to be honest, this is maybe a different example, but because this is a different kind of show, it's international. Some aspects of it feel almost WrestleMania worthy. I mean, the crowd are massively into it. It's been a great card. great matches. They've got a big old stage and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm not comparing it directly to WrestleMania, but this does feel special. So
yeah,
I guess there's an argument that
it's the largest arena in Europe.
Yeah, so there's an argument for the extra half hour there.
It's a hybrid of like a stadium and an arena show, isn't it? In a way, I really like that elbow drop that A Night does.
Yeah, very sweet.
So it is a bit like a hybrid, isn't it, of the two?
Yeah.
And obviously, yeah.
Went for the BFT, got hit with a super kick there by Jay. I got to say one minor complaint here, and I mentioned it earlier on his entrance, but Jay might be selling the ribs at the moment, but not when he's bouncing off the ropes and when he dives into the turnbuckle and does his kind of hip thrust into the turnbuckle. Why would you be doing that move? And then why would you not sell it if you did do the move? So, he's selling it now, climbing up to the... I mean, who am I to tell Jey Uso how to wrestle? He's a veteran at this stage, but... yeah, a few things like that just don't come across well. Yeah, Seth Rollins on the top rope. Jey Uso trying to fight out of it. Looks like he's going to successfully do that. Headbutts him down.
I think it's A Knight's to do his suplex now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, no.
Punk stopped him. Here we go. Triple action.
Do you also get the feeling that we're going to get a Punk and LA Knight feud?
I don't know if that is just to set this up. Because, right, Punk and Rollins feels like the main feud and these two are on the side. But now I'm starting to feel like maybe that's not the case because Punk and Rollins, to me, has to be a WrestleMania thing or something like that. So to take the foot off the gas, the same way they did with Drew, to be fair, and they've done with Rollins in the past, maybe that's what you do. Maybe you take Drew away and do something else because his group is very much intertwined with Roman Reigns. There was comments earlier on and talk earlier on about whether or not it'd be Roman and Seth next. So that kind of would make sense, for Punk to go off and do his own thing with LA Knight, while Seth and Rollins get at it again because it doesn't look like that feud's fully over because the vision looks like Braun will go after Roman next and then maybe Seth. Matt Ball was in the comments saying that earlier on as well. So
bonjour, Matt Ball.
Bonjour, Matt Ball, indeed. Looks like someone might be going through a table here, but they're both trying to stop it. No. CM Punk gets Rollins' heads between his leg. His head, not his heads. His head between his legs.
I think went for a power
shot
drive
there from Seth, who's setting up. Double underhook. No, reverse. Punk's got my knees, shoulders. Neither of these have good table moves, do they?
CM Punk's still on the 8.
Oi!
Yeah, definitely a few between the two.
Yeah.
Table
didn't fully crack. Knight looked like he'd eliminated him from the Royal Rumble. Like, sorry, got to do what I got to do. Goes for the stomp, miss. BFT.
Where's Jey Uso?
There he is. Yeah, and no eliminations in this match, guys. Important to remember. Hence why Jey Uso just split it up. Punk goes through the table there.
Ish,
yeah.
Tables aren't cooperating lately, it seems.
Nah.
Yeah, good save. Good time save. But yeah, I think though, go back to the question about WrestlePalooza and what not knowing what it looks like. I think what it's going to have to look like and what they're going to have to start doing going forward is, in my opinion, getting more main event level feuds that aren't with the belt. And they did that last year so beautifully, obviously, with Punk and Drew, even though the title did come into it at one point.
Yeah, it's only going to be a short one, but Brock and Cena is definitely that as well.
Yeah, it's not the title at the moment. But the thing is, this is what you used to get on the pay-per-view card, though. You'd get at least a couple of these kind of matches alongside your title matches, which, they're going to have to, in my opinion, find a way to somewhat get back to. I'm not saying going back to the WrestleManias of old where there were, 11, 12, 13 matches or whatever.
Yeah.
But I still think that I still maintain. I think 6 or 7 in 3 hours is that sweet spot for me. Maybe one of the pre-shows, but I think bring the pre-show match back. You've got so many wrestlers that work there. Because that's my other gripe of tonight as well has been that obviously watching NXT Heatwave recently, and you realise that something NXT do quite well is even people who aren't featured on the PLE will just get a backstage segment on the show to further story.
Yeah, to remember who they are and what they're doing.
it's just like a nice way of seeing more wrestlers. Like, did we need to get an hour of, Roman and Bronson, which then obviously led into the Fatal 4-Way, setup essentially. And then not just that, but every other segment has been for that match. Like, we know it's happening. Like,
yeah,
we've already bought tickets. We're already watching it.
I've liked the common thread for that match. I think it's helped build that match, but I think you're right that there should be other backstage stuff going on throughout the night. We should see other wrestlers, or even when you used to get like the legends backstage doing something weird with the APA, like weird stuff like that.
Yeah, I just think a lot of it. I was saying this the other day. Like a lot of the fun's gone sometimes with this. Like it's very much, like the product is. I think from a main, the main shows are good in terms of like the quality of what you get. But it's just the fact that everything takes bloody forever.
Gosh,
table.
It's not about forever. It took him a while to get up to do that move because Jey Uso tried to stop him. Bought Seth Rollins a bit of time, but a lovely elbow drop. It'd be even nicer for LA Knight if he weren't the only one feeling the impact of it. But straight through the announce table there, Lucas.
Yeah, we did know it. Well, it was due an announce table spot, let's be real.
Yeah, true. Let's get some of these comments here, actually. Lucas, you'll be a good one to ask this. How much are tickets to Raw in London for a decent seat these days? We did a video on this channel. Lucas did one basically talking about the rising costs. And spoiler alert, it ain't cheap. But Lucas, you might be able to give a bit of a clearer idea.
Yeah, so when I was looking at tickets for Raw just gone, it was the cheapest I was finding, up in the 400 levels of the O2 was about 150.
So not a decent seat and 150, basically.
Then, you wanted to sit kind of in the 100 levels, you're in the £300 mark, and you want to sit in the floor, you're way the four figures. I don't know if people saw the recent WrestleMania, front row prices for next year, 70 grand.
That's insane. Oh, Spear got turned into a pedigree there by.
He loves that reversal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, especially when he's timed well. Yeah, I mean, it might be different because it's January. I'd like to think. I don't know if they will. It was only one arm, that pedigree, by the way. I don't know if they will do this, but you'd like to think it's Christmas just before. It might be a bit tough for people, so maybe they should lower it to try and, because I don't know if it will sell as well.
Well, it's interesting they've announced it now. Obviously, well, say interesting that the season.
True, people could pay for it already. Yeah,
they announce it while they're currently on the tour, but they have done the typical, sign up for announcements kind of thing. But you'd think that they would want to get tickets on sale soon, and not supposed to wait to get people's money, and then it's one of those things where it's tough doo-doo basically if you spend your Christmas money now. But yeah, I would worry if they don't release these.
Tickets got to come out.
He might eat a fine for that potentially.
It might eat a fine.
Rollins for flipping off the crowd.
Oh, did he? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, he did that. We went up to watch the ropes.
Right.
When he flipped them off.
Jey Uso now on the top rope. Let's hope he don't flip off the crowd as well. But hits him with an Uso splash. I doubt this is going to go anywhere other than a breakup by CM Punk off the top.
Oh, here we go.
Elbow drop as well. A few more comments here. Kieran says, I've got to get ready for whoever wins a new title. If there's a new title winner, because I usually post it on my YouTube. I'll be the same, mate. We'll be doing our instant reaction review straight after this. So I'll be trying my best to cover it as much as we can as well. Yeah, LA Knight out no ways winning after he went through the table, says Kieran. Gary said that's like 3 West Ham games. Yeah, but it's more entertainment than a West Ham game. Gary. Stop.
He's pinning them both. Oh, no.
Oh, I thought that was it. He stopped
that was,
Punk over Seth. No, he stopped Punk over Jey. Jey gets hit with a GTS.
Yeah, we got that.
He leans forward for the pin. But he gets stomped, rolls off of him, and he pins.
The only problem with that is that Punk was just watching him do it.
Yeah, he kind of looked out like, is it coming? Where's Punk? He barely went table tiny, and he's back in there now.
He started counting as Rollins was covering Punk. He waited for Rollins to get off of Jey.
Yeah.
Longer. But the actual count was a 2, and the match continues.
Starting to pick up now, guys. It is definitely.
I hope so. It's been on for almost 4 hours.
Yeah. But I mean, the main event itself is picking up. But we were good today, says Gary. You know what? I don't want to talk about today's football. Let's leave it at that. But good for you. Good for
What's
you.
Rollins getting?
Rollins going for the
this
belt.
very much feels like this will be the time when one of these Vision members would interfere.
Yeah, at least to kind of start distracting.
Yeah, which obviously we can't. Well, we can't have those two anyway. Oh, that's quite smart. To be honest, he saw him about to get up. Okay, he stomped everyone now.
But he's angry. He's not going to be able to get Punk here.
No.
Punk's going to do something. Oh. He's a menace, isn't he? Like the way he saw Jay and went, I've got to run and do that. And then saw LA, went, I got to run and do that. And then creepily sets the chair around the neck of CM Punk. He's going to stomp him onto the chair. Oh, he moves and his leg goes through it.
Yeah. Oh, I think the chair's busted. Yeah, chair's gone. Right,
Seth might be busted.
I believe.
Oh, the same thing as before, where he hits the GTS and he laughs about it, knowing the same thing's happened again. He catches him as he bounces off the ropes.
It's such a good thing, though. This, but they've gone to a really close angle, though. What's going on?
Who's coming down? Really says Gary. They are very tight on this angle. They've zoomed out, and someone's there. That's got to be Becky. No, it's a low blow. That's Becky.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Come on, take the mask off. No, it's Becky Lynch. Yes! Yes! I'm so glad they've done it. And that's it. Stomp onto the chair. Pin that fool. I'm a big Punk fan, but I like the way this is going. 1, 2... It's over. Seth Rollins picks up the win because
she's got
Becky
the
Lynch
t-shirt on as well.
Yeah. About time, man.
Yeah, I think this will help this stable massively because
100%.
I don't think there's any chemistry between Seth and the others. And obviously there is between him and his wife.
Yeah, well, naturally, yeah. It's growing. It's growing. I think the stable's getting better, but
anyway. But yeah, Gary saying you called it.
Yeah. It's Becky. Yeah, there you go. I think it's about time they used her in storyline, especially now that they're both heels. I think it makes sense. They've referenced them and stuff like that. It makes sense. Like, not only would Beth align herself with her husband, she would hate the guy that her husband hates. Do you know what I mean? So she'd have pleasure in helping him against Punk. Punk took too long with a go to sleep. Yeah, he was setting it up for a while, wasn't he? And he got hit in the old
boundaries.
Yeah, that's it. That's another PLE. Did she join the Vision? I would say so. Wow. It was weird as she was taunting him and he's crawling towards her as well.
Yeah.
Very cool. Gary said, are they married in real life? They are, Gary, yeah. Back with the French flag in the background. Everybody's holding up their cards again. Man. Cocky Beth is quite cool. We run this. Look at this. What a way to end the show. Jey Uso looking in pain on the outside, as is LA Knight, and as is CM Punk in the middle of the ring as the credits start to roll on a very entertaining PLE. A long one, but an entertaining one that ends with Becky Lynch swinging the title in between her legs in a very provocative way and holding up the title as if it's hers there. She's still holding it. Yeah, Seth's got her arms. Seth's got his arm, I should say, around his wife as well. Get to a few more of these comments here, and we're going to head over into the instant reaction review. The Tadum is hit, and the show is officially over on Netflix. I assume it's wrapped up elsewhere, such as Peacock, the last ever, for this time at least, this run. Contracted PLE on Peacock, as we say. They are going to get NXT and Saturday Night's main event, but that is it in the books. Clash in Paris is done. So we're going to throw it over to our instant reaction review. You don't have to go anywhere as a viewer. You can stay tuned right here for that stream. So stay tuned, and we'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and you're joining us for the instant reaction review for Clash in Paris. It's in the books now, and it ended with a big moment. I'm going to bring in Lucas now to talk all things Clash in Paris. Lucas, overall, what did you think of tonight's show? I know on the Watch Along we talked about its length being quite an issue, but generally speaking, I would say fun matches, at least.
Yeah. I think they delivered well for the Paris crowd. Just I think obviously the stamping point at the end. I think it's obviously that'll be a big talking point. I think that will really help this Vision stable quite a lot, find some chemistry, and hopefully we get out of the pattern that Raw main events have become with the interference and all that kind of stuff. I thought overall, I've got mixed feelings on it because I just think that they're really on the back foot off that first match going so long, and everything involved with that going so long.
Yeah,
and I really felt for the tag match. The tag match just basically came out to crickets and fought to crickets most of it because it would just be like the first segment did everything. You had, tsunamis, tables,
it was a lot.
Stuff outside. Jey Uso came out, like Paul Heyman getting knocked. You had literally like a WrestleMania main event worth of stuff happening
in the intro, match.
And then you got to send out, in an unspotted way, two teams that haven't really had much kind of build to anything they're doing at the moment. And I think that kind of struggled. But I actually thought that the surprise kind of sleeper hit for me of the night was the Nikki Bella and Becky Lynch match. And I have seen some clips already circulating of Nikki's. She botched she did both of them really. They botched like Nikki doing a move off the ropes. Becky wasn't in position, so Nikki kind of kicked and hit nothing. But I think overall, like a lot of the match was very good, and I think it over delivered. I think nice. Nikki Bella isn't obviously the best women's wrestler that they've got, but I think that she's definitely able to hold her own still. And I think we need to kind of move away from a narrative that, she's just back for a paycheck or she's back for this, that, and the other.
I agree.
I think she's more than capable of having a decent match, on a PLE, and she took a loss to Becky. And now I have a lot of questions about how this will now affect the Vision. Because obviously having two championships now within this, and you have to imagine that obviously the Brons aren't going to start spearing and tsunami the women.
Yeah, imagine they start helping Becky win her matches the same way they help Seth.
So I'm hoping it's a good sign of there's going to be a bit of a change coming. To the Raw main event, and it's much needed.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is a positive sign for things to come. I've been wanting Becky to join the Vision since its inception, or even since before it. I wanted her to be with Seth if they were both going to be heel anyway. I agree with what you're saying there. We'll get to the matches in a little bit more detail very soon. But I'm going to throw over some comments here from Gary. He says 10 out of 10 show overall.
Wow,
was a great show. Gary really did enjoy it. And I think a big part of that was the audience, as Gary says here. What do you reckon was louder, Scotty? The Italians or the French? The Italians were good. I mean, all the European crowds have been good. But the French, man, the French are good. They're really good tonight. And I do think that was a big part of the show. So let's kind of start with the opening, Lucas. I mean, we did get some images floating around online. Of course, we also saw on the countdown that the stage they set up was not your average stage. And everybody's excited. I mean, straight away, this is where these WrestleMania comparisons come from in the sense that it was I guess maybe WrestleMania Light or that above your regular PLE, maybe a B show, almost.
Yeah.
Not quite the C show that you might have expected because the card was good and delivered. Again, we'll touch on that, but the presentation was fantastic as well. As soon as they announced this arena, I was excited because I knew it was the biggest arena in the world. It was 40,000 for concerts. They managed to get 30,000 in with their WWE production, which I think is incredible. It looked amazing. The fans were on fire. Again, the stage setup was fantastic as well. We had the kind of curved entryway with the curved screens on the entryway, screens behind that, and then a huge Eiffel Tower in the middle, which started off the show with lights and fireworks, which is always a good sign of things to come as well. But generally speaking about the vibe, first of all, Lucas, before we get into the matches, what did you feel about the presentation of this show?
Yeah, the presentation was very good, and it hopefully will be the start of us getting some of these more custom sets back.
Yeah,
that's been missing for a long time. It's just been the big screen, isn't it? Or now the little screen when they were obviously making the set smaller to accommodate more fans. But I think, just like little things like, I think they go a long way. Obviously, I was recently I watched some of the WCW stuff on YouTube, and they had some of the most bespoke sets to every single show they ran, really.
Yeah.
Some of it wasn't the best. Was questionable. A bit like a Blue Peter or Doctor Who set. Very, very British comment there. But I think it just makes the show feel a bit more personable and a bit more like not just another one of this on the production line of like, okay, we're just doing copy and paste job.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it was really nice. Particularly, again, I know that it was a match I said that side of the crowd didn't really care for as much, but in the tag match, when it lit up with butterflies, the Eiffel Towers, for the White Six entrance, that was a nice touch.
Yeah.
And it's a good use of like the stage being part of a show essentially, which I guess has kind of got forgotten lately because it's just been big screen.
Yeah, and like you say, a lot of times they've used a smaller screen to get people in. So I guess in a smaller entryway, get people in. I think this time they could have kind of afford to because again that this venue leans itself to good production, and I think that is a big benefit of the venue itself. So you've got that, and also there's been a lot of discourse online recently anyway about people missing those old stages and that personality is you kind of rightly compare it to. It's just a part of the show and it makes you remember it. I think anytime this comes up, the obvious ones, the SmackDown Fist and all that, but like the one-off ones are fantastic as well. I think a lot of people remember Backlash where there was kind of claws, so to say Backlash, you know what I mean. So.
Was it TLC when it had all the chairs hanging up?
Yeah, and Cena pulled them
on
Wade Barrett on some weird thing that covered him. I didn't expect Wade Barrett to get crushed, don't get me wrong, but I think it looked terrible when they did that. But the stage itself was cool. You said the big old chair for King of the Ring. It is a lost art, but maybe not. Maybe we're back to that as well. But let us know in the comments, guys, what you thought of the overall presentation.
In your house.
In your house was always great. I mean, they did a good one when they brought that back for NXT at first, though, didn't they? So
we're still waiting for what the big story was with the Charlotte.
Oh yeah, mate, I forgot all about that. Yeah, there was a reason behind the women's match, the decision they went with, weren't it? Triple H said, and we never really understood. We never understood what that was. Gary says, kind of looked like old school SmackDown entrance minus the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, I think it definitely had that kind of flavour. Yeah, minus the Eiffel Tower. Yeah. But yeah, again, a very enjoyable show overall that started out in a big way, as you mentioned earlier on. If there's any negative about this show, it is timing and pacing. I don't know, maybe if I watch this with fresher eyes, I could look at it again and judge where I would move things around. But the way we got it started out as we kind of expected, though, with Roman Reigns because of those rumors. Who knows how true it is about Roman Reigns either starts the show or he ends the show. And tonight he started the show. And to be fair to him, although it was long, they did it in a big, big way. It was a match that I think was, again, as we mentioned on the watch along, and thanks everyone that stuck with us, it started out slow. It's not my favourite kind of match where they have the slow bit and then it explodes, but at least the exploding bit's good, right? It did drag a little bit considering what happened at the end of it. It kind of could have trimmed about 5 or 10 minutes. But generally speaking, if we just talk about the match itself, pretty enjoyable. It did explode at the end, and Roman Reigns picks up the win. Has a nice little moment where, of course, the slimy Paul Heyman tries to kind of grovel and give him the Shula Fala. In the end, Roman turns on him. Obviously, he's not buddies with him anyway, but attacks him essentially. And Heyman's off to the hospital, by the way. and he's celebrating. They're cutting the laces, and then out of nowhere, he gets attacked by Bron Breakker on the announce table. Bron looked like he'd hurt himself at first.
Yeah.
But then I thought, no, he's just kind of playing that he's angry. A little bit of back and forth and trying to fight out of it. Bronson Reed gets involved because at this stage, I thought Bron's the next person in this feud. We're kind of forgotten about Bronson already. I felt kind of bad for him. But no, quickly it turned all into the Bronson Reed show again as he hit him with a tsunami, not once, not twice, but thrice. And 2 of those times was when he was strapped up defenseless in a stretcher, which I thought was a great spot. Jey Uso did try to make the save, did it a little bit late, was beat up himself, and that played into the main event. Yeah, quite a bit late. But generally speaking, a very fun match and kind of segment after it. Just not sure if it was the way to kick off the show. Maybe it should have started with that tag team match. But let's just talk about the kind of presentation of it itself, in and of itself. Take away the rest of the show. What did you think about Bronson Reed, Roman Reigns?
Yeah, I felt the match was too long. For what it was. It was a very weird choice to make this one be first. I would have gone for something else potentially. I think that there's obviously going to be more to this. I'm assuming they're going to go down the route of a stretcher match down the line, or I don't know. Is it always just leading into War Games? In the War Game story, and the Roman Reigns returns obviously to be part of the babyface team at Survivor Series, potentially. But I thought the match itself, it was okay for me. I just felt that, we just needed to see this timed a bit better, and I think that even without the show, looking at the rest of the show itself, I think you don't need to. We can't really be getting back to having 25-minute openers. But
especially when you had the entrances and the backstage walk-in and all that kind of stuff, it made it feel even longer.
Yes, and the fact that it's a singles match and then only 2 other people getting involved with it, and it's only leading into one story really. It's just I don't know why they decided to have this on first. I think it is just that whole with Roman's not on last and on first stuff, but maybe it's one where he could have just gone on second just to kind of start the show with that tag, because that entrance that the Wyatts did was pretty sick.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I thought that, and I guess I have the weird sponsor. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
But in terms of Roman and Braun, the right person won, but obviously they need to write Roman off. I'm guessing he's not going to be on WrestlePalooza, and they're looking, or Crown Jewels, we're looking more at Roman being involved with the next. Like Survivor Series. Yeah. I know they have that thing with Roman and with some of the bigger names that, they will not. And this is where, obviously back in the day it wouldn't exist this, but you'd have, they don't like people basically being on a show, having the kind of quote unquote random match and losing. It's like before at the Rumble, he had to get taken out of the Rumble because he couldn't be in the chamber because he couldn't get pinned. So you're then losing your top star for 2 months because you just don't want him losing, a match. And this is probably similar. It's a case of like, well, where do they go next with this? They probably want to do, if they want to do Bron Breakker and Roman, or a rematch between Bronson and Roman. But do they want Bronson to win that? It's like they don't want Roman to be on the next show and lose and then set something else up. So all gets a bit difficult. But I would have said, match itself, I would have just trimmed 5 minutes off. I think would have been more there, especially considering how long the post-match stuff happened.
Yeah.
And the post-match stuff, I think even that, it could have been done a bit more succinctly. I'd argue that the backstage update could have been just explained by the commentators, being deadly honest, and then maybe maybe just done something on Raw the next night, or say, it's next night. Actually.
Yeah, I guess. What do you mean as far as saying they're banned and all that? Or I think it played into the drama of the thing later on, though.
Part of the brawling thing, you said like, look, if you guys don't get out of here, you guys need to get out of here. You're banned from ringside. I don't know why then go backstage
to get another segment. Yeah.
It could have just been done in the ring. I think that actually got a bigger pop as well because you were right in front of the fans, and Adam Pearce, like people know his Pearceisms, and the whole I need a drink, and I think that could have just been done a bit more because again, it's just they went to adverts, didn't they? And they came back and went straight back to the same.
Into the same story, and a story that had,
move it on,
already taken up the first hour of the show by that point. But again, it's not strictly true because we had the promo package and all that, but it just feels like that when it's the only match we've seen at that point. It kind of doesn't lean in his favour, essentially. Aiden's back in the house. Good to see you, Aiden. Hope you're doing well. Keep the comments coming, guys. Let us know what you thought of the show. Aiden was popping in and out, wasn't he? So I don't think Aiden's managed to see all the Clash, at least. Gary did agree, though, that the opening match was a bit long. But after the opening match, we moved into the one that, as Lucas said, maybe suffered a little bit here because... it didn't, it kind of lost a little bit of that shine. Usually this is the kind of match you would open up with, a kind of high-flying tag team, multi-person match. I do think they delivered. I do think it was an enjoyable match, and there are some interesting things story-wise with this as well. We start out, as you say, with the entrances. There's a Borderlands entrance, first of all, for the Street Profits, which made me think, can they turn on each other while in a advertised kind of set of gear? That's a bit weird, right? Or what is the advertisers got? They paid for basically a big moment, right? So I was kind of second guessing myself because they did have a lot of the hints again towards the Street Profits splitting up. They're playing into the rumors that they know are out there, or they're actually doing it. Montez was on the outside, tagged himself in, all this kind of cheeky stuff as well. Got a little bit better towards the end, but at the start there was definitely friction between the two of them. The White Six, completely different story. They come out on top of the world, tag team champions, and they had a fantastic entrance. As you say, the Fireflies up and down the Eiffel Tower, the Fireflies in the air as well, as far as the fans putting their phones on and singing the theme song as well. I think it's a fantastic song. It's nice to have that legacy continue from Bray Wyatt, who sadly didn't get to use it that long. It continues over, as does much of his legacy, really, into this stable. And it was really nice to see the audience sing that part of the song really, really loud. So it was you often get with the legends, right? And the old school songs like Randy Orton, CM Punk, Edge, but you don't often get it with these kind of newer acts. So I thought it was really cool how the fans in Paris really kind of sung to the top of their lungs in that entrance as well. It's probably the best entrance I've seen for the Wyatt Six. They've got a great presentation already. But you add that fan base in, you add all the kind of Fireflies. I thought it really, really was good. And again, I think the match was good overall as well. A lot of cool high-flying stuff, including from Angelo Dawkins. He started to look a little bit kind of heelish at the beginning, but later on was very happy himself to kind of bust out a few moves that you don't often see from a guy of his size. So this match overall, really, really good. It was the Wyatt Six that came out on top, which I think is the right decision. They didn't want them to hot potato the title back to the Street Profits. But Lucas, thoughts on the tag team title match overall?
Yeah, it's a solid match. I mean, the Street Profits are fantastic. I'm not the biggest Wyatt Six fan in terms of in-ring work, but I think that the entrance presentation is very good. They're being used quite good here. It's interesting, though, because they've been booked more as babyfaces since they've come back, but they were very much the villains in this match, which is also interesting when you layer on the fact that they were teasing the Street Profits trying to turn as well. But it didn't really take away too much from the match, but it did make me question that they're probably not going to do the turn, even though I was going to think they wouldn't do it anyway today, because obviously they're in Paris, like, it haven't really built this at all. But I guess it'd be interesting seeing the reaction from the Street Profits, come, SmackDown, I guess, by the time they get back to the United States.
Yeah.
I like them having B-Fab with them, and I'd like potentially B-Fab to factor into any turn they do.
That's what I was saying, right? So I think B-Fab should align herself with Angelo Dawkins, who is annoyed at Montez for always being flashy and showing off, because that is kind of the thing. Everybody thinks Montez is great, right? They can play into that, and there's always a risk when you turn and you split up a team, and everybody has said it about Dawkins. I think he's really kind of improved over the past few years as well, and kind of almost prepared himself, I think, for the split. And I think putting B-Fab with him will be positive. And then if you wanted to later down the line, you could put Bianca with Montez if you really wanted to do that as well. Maybe what we saw at the end of the match could play into it though, Lucas. You saw distraction basically for him. He got distracted because he was so busy doing the old suck it, it kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you remember when Matt and Jeff had a bit of a falling out, because that time Jeff did like a move off the cage, and Matt was like, why do you have to keep doing this sort of thing? Like, we could have just won. It kind of reminded me of that. And obviously he got his leg caught by Nikki Cross from under the ring. He, as a babyface, if that did happen, could argue, what are you talking about? You got distracted a moment ago by, Big Red, basically. So the seeds are there for a split and a story to be told. And I do wonder if the end of this match will start to play into it as well. But as we both have said, really, probably the right decision to keep it on the Wyatt Six. And as Gary says in the comments as well, it was a great match, but Wyatt Six's entrance stole the segment.
I think this would be a good example, though, where going back to needing to feature other backstage segments, after this match, I would have cut backstage to the current Raw Tag Team Champions or the contender for the tag titles, spoken about that scene. Because, we need to know that, okay, we have this tag division, with the Wyatts and all that lot on SmackDown is actually more than covered. But the other tag belts, we find ourselves left with so many questions about certain bits and pieces where these little gaps you have, just use them. Just it doesn't have to be like, not everyone has to do 20-minute opening episode of Raw promos to get stuff over. Just literally have a segment backstage where maybe you've got LWO arguing with Viking Raiders or War Raiders, over something, and then it's like they're both going to be the tag champions, in on Raw, and then have Judgment Day walk past them and brush them up and be like, we ain't facing either of you, and then Adam Pearce walks in and just says, well, okay, well tomorrow night on Raw we're going to have you two against you two. Like, where's all this spontaneity gone? Like, where it used to exist all the time with all the belts, but now it's just like, oh, we won't know what's going on with those tag belts for a long time.
Yeah.
It got so bad that they booked non-title matches against random tag teams just to get the Judgment Day to have a match.
Yeah.
They haven't built up any other tag team to face them.
I mean, Stephanie Vaquero is the other one, right? Why have they still not decided what they're doing with her match?
I think that's poor taste. That she should have appeared on some capacity on the show, and that's another thing that Vince would have been good with.
Even at ringside, to be like, she should have had a match tonight, but she's still here.
Yeah, I guess potentially commentary might be, being guest commentator might be a bit out of her wheelhouse. Obviously, with English not being her first language, but yeah, definitely something. Like, Vince would have done something. Like, whether it be even just be the pre-show match or just like another match. Because again, I don't remember the last time she wrestled either.
Yeah. Well, talking about someone who didn't get the show, let's move into women that were featured on the show, and one of those in a very big way at the end of the night, but we'll hold our horses on that for now and talk about the match she was in earlier on, Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella. Now, this is one that, as Lucas said earlier on, was basically, I guess a bit of a dark horse almost. It was a really entertaining match in a show that was entertaining overall. As you mentioned earlier on, a few kind of sloppy bits and stuff like that, but for the most part, very good. I actually feel like Nikki Bella should be winning that title, but not straight away. But now that we get to this storyline she's in with her husband, I don't know where we go with that title. But again, maybe that's a bit of a conversation for another time. But this match itself, again, I was kind of judging it through the kind of eyes of, okay, well, if Nikki Bella hasn't won, she'll probably win it next month or the month after that. I'm not really sure where we go with that now, so I'm not really sure how that makes me feel about this match, because I would feel bad if Nikki now had to get lost in the shuffle. I mean, realistically, she could end up being in that spot against Stephanie Vaquero, but that's awkward when she's also a babyface, so maybe not the best idea there.
But the thing they've got to be careful with too is they've now got two villain groups on Raw that have two championships. Obviously, Judgment Day have both the IC and the tag.
Yeah.
Rollins and Becky with the other two belts. Wait, is there a single babyface champion on Raw then? Definitely win that belt tomorrow, I think. There's, yeah, you got Becky.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if AJ Styles wins, then that'll level things up a little bit more. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, well, I don't know. I think that basically has confirmed it. I mean, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we just walked into a spoiler, maybe.
You've got all your belts on two stables. who are all villain. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing a title change tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, I think so. And look, we'll be covering it on this channel because we will be doing a watch along for Raw in Paris, the last show on the international TV run. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, it's been good fun. It's been good fun. Viking Raiders, what such a better name than War Raiders, says Gary. I can't even get my words out here.
I actually quite like the Viking Raiders name.
I'm just not a big fan of the whole pretending to be a Viking thing, to be honest. To be honest,
but you like them tend to be going to war.
I don't really. Who said I liked them? Gary also says, to be honest, I'm glad Becky won because Bella didn't do anything to deserve the win, just for coming back. Yeah. So Gary asked earlier on in the stream, how did she get this match? And it kind of was just like, oh, I'm back. I'm the good guy. You're the bad guy. So yeah, I kind of get what you're coming from there. Maybe this is her way to earn into something like that, though.
I don't know. I think she kind of has. She's kind of earned it, but in a weird kind of wrestling earned it. Like, I think, obviously, when she came back, she was obviously promised the match with Liv Morgan at Evolution.
True, yeah.
She then, she then ate a bit of crap and she went into the Battle Royal and didn't win that, by the way, at Evolution. And so I think this is kind of the kind of quote-unquote kind of reward for, kind of putting up with that, so to speak. Even though it's not obviously her fault, it's not their fault either if someone gets injured. But it's a case of, and, potentially this is something we should be seeing with Stephanie Vicaire because, again, it's not her fault that Henry got pregnant and that took a match away from this. But I would just say the way to do that would just be to book her in a match. I don't have to be anything spectacular. Just needs, there's lots of women on the roster that could have dealt with it. You've had Natalia and Maxine Dupree literally begging for a storyline, on television. Just go, Natalia. Natalia with Stephanie Vicaire could have worked here tonight. Easy peasy, 5-minute match. Natalia's always a safe pair of hands, and it would just get her on the card. But it's something that you should do quite a lot, with this. So I disagree. I think, yes, she hasn't, in terms of the storyline perspective, she hasn't earned it. But we've seen worse happen previously, including with people like Becky Lynch herself, who just decided to come back and win the tag WrestleMania.
Gosh, yeah,
we've seen Charlotte Flair do this multiple times before. And obviously on the men's side of things, we have Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns who just go, I'm going to fight for the championship. And then we all just go, oh, okay. Not here for 6 months, but now you're going to fight for the title. So I don't think it's fair to say that, it's a bad thing here. It's just, that's how it's gone.
Yeah, no, I think, again, if this feud was to continue, I can see it picking up the win. And it might still happen, but again, it's kind of hard to tell because of what happened at the end of the show. Again, we're going to get to that in just a bit, but we're doing it match by match for now. So let us know what you thought of this match, guys. We're talking about the Women's Intercontinental title, but also what you thought of the rest of the show in general and what you would rate the show. We'll get to our ratings at the end of the stream. But again, keep the comments coming, and we appreciate everyone that stuck with us from the build-up show into the watch-along, now into the instant reaction review. So let's move on to the next match. As I say, Becky Lynch leaves as Intercontinental Champion still. The next one, I think we had a lot of fun watching this one, Lucas. The Donnybrook match, the good old-fashioned Donnybrook between Sheamus and Rusev. Now, there were some obvious spots, we saw the barrels there, and you rightly said, I think someone's diving up. I think you specifically said the move that was going to happen off of it as well. It was set up for a long time with the tables there, but still, fantastic use of the props. It ends with Rusev breaking the shillelagh over Sheamus's back and then pulling the shillelagh so far up over Sheamus's mouth with a modified version of a accolade, pulls him all the way back, and Sheamus ends up tapping as well. They made a point on that on commentary, by the way. Michael Cole said Sheamus tapped, and he didn't pass out because Rusev is such a badass. I think this is exactly what Rusev needed. Look, we've kind of waxed lyrical on the channel about Sheamus potentially becoming IC champ eventually before he hangs it up and how we think it should happen. We were talking on the watch-along about his kind of match at Clash at the Castle a few years back with Gunther as well. But I felt that this was it's a completely different match type, don't get me wrong. But still another time where Sheamus is just showing how good he is. And he belongs in these big matches, in these big moments, at this big old age that he's at as well, So for me, very, very entertaining. And I think, again, one of those that did exactly what it needed to do. It made Sheamus look good again, but it also gave Rusev some of his shine back as well. So, I'm sure you'll echo my thoughts on this one, Lucas.
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. I argue this could have even been a good way to open the show. To be fair,
Yeah.
just a nice, fun match. Gets but it really got the crowd up at this point. So potentially, again, just looking at how we were with this show, where we had obviously, like several was touched on it, really long opening match. I think this was a good way of getting people back invested. Yeah, there were some slow bits in there, but yeah, this is one where they both hit hard. They both, they worked together to create this match. Yeah, there was, like I said, some obvious spots that happened, but yeah, I thought it was really well done. I think it's the correct winner. I was surprised that it was a tap out. Sheamus is not a guy who we see tap out quite a lot, so it's always a big deal. And you can't even help but think that maybe that's something he's called himself.
I just wondered that myself. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that this was definitely the right way to go. And I'm assuming that's like the feud ended now, and Rusev will move on to whatever is next for him, which I hope, I hope it's something. That we can all kind of enjoy again.
I just thought though about what could be next with Rusev, and this definitely isn't it. And I was trying to picture who he'd be working against that would kind of be, you can, it makes sense. And it's Cody Rhodes. I think Cody Rhodes versus Rusev is a match that you can picture it, right, because of the kind of American Nightmare and all that kind of stuff as well. So as far as the last match, Becky versus Nikki, Gary gave a 6 out of 10, and then talking about this one here. So another match I don't quite understand, wasn't the best mates at one point. Then Rusev got injured and went away for ages, came back all angry. Yeah, well, we left the WWE, then we went to AEW, and yeah, he definitely come back all angry. I haven't been the biggest fan of how they've used Rusev since he come back, but I know what's in Rusev, and I know what I've enjoyed about Rusev in the past. So I'm really hoping that we get back to something like that at least. And I agree with you. I think this is kind of almost that first step in something like that to move him on to something else. Hopefully Sheamus gets rewarded for this great performance as well. But yeah, the big spot in this one again was that the white noise. Is it white noise? Yeah, white noise off the barrels through the tables, and just loads of fun hardcore spots. And again, it ends with the tapping out of Sheamus. So big statement there for Rusev indeed. That was probably one of my favourite matches of the night, actually. But then we get towards the end of the show. We start winding down with two big matches that we weren't sure which one was going to main event, depending on which one went out with the craziest shenanigans. And this one, the opportunity was there for a progression of the Brock Lesnar storyline. We didn't get that, so you got to assume he might be showing up next week on SmackDown to start building towards WrestlePalooza. I wasn't against it because my big thinking was if he did come back, what would he do? He'd either ruin the match or do the same thing he did last month, which I didn't think was would have been as special as far as a shocking return, right? Instead, what we got was again quite slow pace match from the start. John Cena versus Logan Paul, of course, but one of those where yes, there might have been a few sloppy moments. There might have been moves that didn't hit quite in the right place, or there was a bit of blood coming out and stuff like that. But generally speaking, these guys worked hard and they took the audience along for a great ride. I think Logan did some great heel work here. Cena did Super Cena stuff and babyface Cena stuff to a T as well. What were your thoughts on the John Cena Logan Paul match, Lucas?
It's a match too hard, really. Like I think, look, this is tough for me to say it because obviously I love John Cena, but I think that while this match was good, because he's not able to do some of the stuff as snappy as he used to be able to do it, it becomes more noticeable towards the end.
Yeah.
And I also just fear that the AA is just absolutely buried now.
Dead. It's dead.
Every Tom, Dick, Harry, Larry, Mary, Sarah,
are
always
and Logan.
Logan are always kicking out of it. And it does lead to a large part of the back end of his matches just being, I'll lift you up, they drop down. They go for their one, I'll lift you back up, drop you down. You know what I mean? Like it creates a thing. And I do think that, we do need to sometimes have matches where it's just a one and done. Even if, like I say, people can fight out of it, they can reverse it, they can counter it. but there needs to sometimes be, and this could have been the match to do it in, to be fair, because Logan's very good at kind of reversing stuff, and Cena could have still done like his other moves, but could have got the STF in there, could have done like 500 shuffle, that kind of stuff, but just have it be that Logan keeps getting out of the AA, goes to that punch, and eventually one AA and you're done. I think this was the match, because I think we need to re-establish it, especially as we are at the end. And we have to imagine next month, we're getting a lot of AAs against Lesnar.
True. If Logan Paul can kick out this many, how many can Brock Lesnar kick out of this? And I think as well, like there'd be a case for Lesnar to, for Logan to have just been pinned by one of them, because he's still kind of a rookie. The story was kind of like, I've done more in my X amount of years than you've done in 20, and I've done 23 matches. And he's like, you've only done 23 matches. There was a story to tell there, but they didn't really do it. He kind of held his own, but then you also have to kind of hold up the fact that Cena is on the way down. So while this guy isn't quite ready, Cena isn't what he was. So they do kind of match up like that. So it kind of makes sense.
The theory that I'm having off the back of that, though, is that Lesnar is going to squash Cena next month.
What, and then he needs one last kind of hurrah.
Then Cena has to fight for that final match. To get back to things. I think 26 minutes he's having a match. 26 minutes like tonight. I don't see what you're going to get out of Lesnar. We know Lesnar match is never long. I don't think he's on a match above 10 minutes since he returned. Even if it's not squash, I don't think it's going to be far off one. I don't see. Well,
and the numbers are kind of dwindling, man. We ain't got much time left. I mean, this is not the time or place at the moment to dive into who Cena's last opponent could be, but we are getting close. Yeah. I mean, that's a conversation we'll be probably having quite soon, because as you say, we've got 8 left and we're not very far from it. I mean, it's very emotional, by the way, seeing him come out and the fans sing his song, and like he really seemed to take it in, because we mentioned it on the SmackDown stream as well. We had heard everybody say that Leon was the best crowd, and I think Paris were just up there as well today. They're the massive arena full of fans singing his song, and it really hit me when they said on commentary, this is the last time Cena will wrestle in Europe. And I was like, man, I wish I went already. But now, and I'm not even the biggest Cena fan, so it really is starting to feel real. You saw the banner in the background, which was perfectly kind of placed as well from the fans in Paris. So really kind of emotional stuff, but all in all, a decent match. And I've got to bring this comment here. Gary says, and then Cena hit a Styles Clash. My goodness, I popped for the Styles Clash. I mean, I said at the beginning, I felt like it was going to be a slow match that again exploded, similar to the opening match. But my other point was, I felt like Cena was going to hit a few moves that we don't expect him to hit. And he started, he did the Hurricane Runner, he did things like that. Then he hits the bloody Styles Clash, man. It was crazy. I was terrified when he had that Logan in the position for it. But it went smoothly, and he pulled it off. And overall, just fun. It is what it is. But yeah, what were your thoughts when you saw Cena setting up for the Styles Clash?
I mean, it made sense. Like it is his way of homaging it, and it may even be his sad way of telling us that we're not getting him versus Styles part of this.
Which is such a good feud, man.
Yeah,
we can't get all the greatest hits, can we?
I know, but that's one which is a big omission, and I think obviously Styles was able to go back to TNA this year in terms of appearance, but I think if he doesn't get this match against Cena as part of Cena's final run, I think they need to let him have a match at TNA because we will talk about this as the months go on, but we are looking like obviously potentially next year or the year after will probably be Styles is lost kind of thing, it's coming, it's coming. But I think not before he beats Dominic Mysterio tomorrow night. But I thought that the back end of this match was. It reminded me, it reminded me of the weird greatest wrestling match ever that Edge and Orton had.
John,
where they just towards the end they just did everyone's finishes basically. That's kind of what it felt. That's kind of what it felt like. Sometimes this is kind of needed, but obviously just looking at the card now, and to be fair, obviously a very long show, but I think also a lot of wrestling on this show. Like the last 3 matches were all over 20 minutes long. The opening match was 20 minutes. And so I think that may be where the pacing's going. Like they're trying to give a lot of time to everyone, you know, which just particularly like those last three, it was a long, you know, a lot, a big chunk to watch. So maybe they got a thing, but I think obviously this also is like Cena's last match in Europe.
Yeah, you kind of got to give it to him, right? You know, he's earned it. So
I guess if he wants to go 25 minutes with Logan Paul, let him, I guess. Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And
again,
again,
prove that he is a very, very good wrestler, and we, you know, that's just it, really. I guess.
And you know, he's getting better and better each time. You know, so it's
24 matches now, isn't it?
Yeah, 24 in the book. You know, he's 25th. And I said it earlier, and they said it in commentary as well. Like on commentary, they said he's never had a bad match, and I was basically saying, well, I agree with that, but I also would say he's never had a small match. Like every match he's been in, and it's because of his position. Don't get me wrong, he's being used in a certain way, but like he's lived up to it. You know, he's been absolutely excellent. So, you know, more praise from there. Another comment here from Gary talking about the Rusev match. He gave that one an 8 out of 10. It was a lot of fun. And then says with this one here, I'm just glad that Logan didn't beat Cena. And then says for this one, 8.5 out of 10 for Cena's match. So yeah, Gary really enjoyed the John Cena Logan Paul match here as well. Let's move into the main event though. This is one, not that one there. It wasn't the main event. This one here, CM Punk, Jey Uso, LA Knight, and Seth freaking Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. And again, this is one that was kind of laced throughout the night. They opened up with, again, Roman Reigns being taken away. But so was Paul Heyman, Bronson Reed, and Bron Breakker. As far as Heyman in the hospital and the other two banned, and they were told, look, if you come back, you're going to get fined and suspended without pay and all that kind of stuff. So the wheels are in motion. I mean, they've been in motion for a little while, really, about maybe a new member. Seth said a few things, kind of hinting about always having a plan, that kind of talk. And he said the same here tonight. But he also said, I've done stuff like this before on my own. Don't worry about it. And it kind of like looked that way in the match for a little bit. He was definitely a man on a mission. There was that bit where I was laughing earlier on where he kind of just ran at people viciously, you know, hit a stomp on Jey Uso, hit a stomp on LA Knight, and then realized Punk was getting up and tried to stomp him into the chair as well. But yeah, I thought this was a really fun match. Of course, it ended with the Becky Lynch thing, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Thoughts on the match overall? Table spot. Kind of no DQ-ish type stipulation to it because it was a fatal four-way. But yeah, pretty good and a nice way to end the show. Even if we didn't get the big surprise at the end, I think this is pretty deserving of the main event spot.
Yeah. I think it just felt like there was 3 main events tonight. Do you know what I mean? Like 3 like big matches, which, don't get me wrong, is good. But I think it's, you know, going forward, something they've got to look at which one, we kind of maybe need to just, you know, lower it a little bit so we're not 3 matches that are over 20 minutes long. But yeah, I thought that, you know, they're getting very good at telling and intertwining a lot of storylines into these multi-person matches. And so they do seem like a big deal when they are done now. And they're not a random kind of thing. So I always give props for that. It does seem that this World Heavyweight title division could go in multiple directions, which is good. You know, I would argue we maybe do need to start thinking of, like, you know, another option, like an alternative option, because we are, you know, at the moment we've seen quite a lot of crossover between the 4 that were in this match in particular, and obviously, you know, once you add the Brons in as well, so it would be nice to see someone else kind of break through the upper echelon into the upper scene. Potentially, you know, this is where, you know, I know they're always been a fan of people losing upwards. Maybe this is where Sheamus can come in. Maybe this is where, you know, there's plenty of other people kind of on the roster that could. You know, I just don't want it just to be just like 4 people basically. But I get that.
I can say that LA Knight has squeezed his way into it because I don't think anyone really expected him to win today. I do feel like in a certain kind of scenario at a certain time he could become world champion still, but tonight weren't going to be that night. So he's kind of squeeze his way into the story as well, but been woven in it, like you say. You know, it was his match that Seth faked the injury, and then recently him and Punk have been going back and forth. And as you speculated while we were on the watch along, do we, you know, does it look like we're going to get towards that being the match? And it certainly looks that way now when he bumped.
But then because we've had that finish, surely obviously Punk's going to want to obviously avenge that loss and be like, look, you know, cost me the match. The match. I deserve the match. And maybe they can long that out by, maybe doing either an injury angle with Punk, then they've got to realise we're just done with Roman, that you're really going to have Roman and Punk off your show. Is the answer to that. Not if you don't have to anyway.
Yeah.
Through last year already with Punk being injured and stuff. You could prolong it with, I don't know what you could prolong it with now, really, because basically, there's now, it seems like, at the LA Knight thing, now I'm thinking about it realistically, LA Knight and Punk are now even, so unless something happened between them now to reignite it, it's kind of done. Because obviously,
do you think? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Punk did the whole accidentally put LA Knight through a table, and now LA got it.
True. Yeah. Maybe that's just
That's kind of the payoff, and they're both baby faces, so it would make no sense for LA Knight all of a sudden keep having a problem with Punk and vice versa. Particularly, the main thing that Punk should be wanting to focus on is the fact that he was about to be world heavyweight champion again, and someone's wife comes out, and
he's been screwed again,
and gets screwed again, which we've now seen two times back to back. So one would have to imagine, we need to have a third occasion of this happening, this match going down, and potentially it doesn't happen. But it's a case of, like you said earlier, is the Punk Rollins thing going to WrestleMania?
It can't blow off at WrestlePalooza, so that would just feel really weird. Talk about interwoven storylines. This has been since the night he came back, and the rumors going around the night he came back of Seth Rollins. Rollins ain't happy, and those clips and stuff like that. Him and Drew, they've done so well to turn these into fantastic storylines. So you got to expect, unless it goes much like the Drew one does, to what hasn't been announced yet, but maybe could be happening in October, is another Bad Blood and therefore another Hell in a Cell. It's definitely a feud that screams Hell in a Cell in some way, especially, to keep out the Vision and stuff like that. So I could kind of see that. And then you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit and then let it heat back up before WrestleMania. There are still interwoven things again, as we mentioned earlier on, with Roman Reigns and the rest of the kind of the Vision as far as he's concerned. So
there's loads, there's absolutely
there's a lot they can do. Get to Gary's comments here as well, just talking about the match itself. Says this one's tough as far as kind of rating it, but says it's just a shame in these type of matches that the ending interference and not with a straight win, because I think if it didn't, basically the title would have changed hands. And that's basically the story they're telling here tonight, is that they, the Vision were banned from ringside and they weren't able to help out Seth Rollins. So what was he going to do? Well, a smart man, of course, had a plan up his sleeve all along, and it ends up being Becky Lynch. And it's something I've wanted them to do for a while. I think when she came back and they showed that footage, I mentioned it then after WrestleMania, she hadn't turned heel yet. She come back as a face, and they showed her backstage online and stuff like the WWE socials celebrating what Seth had done as a bad guy. And I thought there was a real disconnect there, because people know and whatever else. Sometimes you do get, Renee Young has interviewed her husband, who's a horrible person, while she's so sweet on commentary. They've done that. That can happen. Don't get me wrong. But when they're both wrestlers, it's a little trickier, because Renee kind of acted like, oh, he's my husband, but I don't agree with this or whatever, because she's commenting on it. Whereas Becky is sitting there backstage clapping what her husband's doing. He looked a little bit off. She turns heel basically straight after that, and I thought, this is it. We're gonna get them together. They start building the stable, and I think they are finally getting to a place where the stable is starting to mean something. It's got a name now. I do think they're gelling a little bit better than they were before, and I think Bronson Reed has done better in the stable than Bron Breakker has. I think Bronson's, especially after the last feud he's done with Roman Reigns, started to shine a little bit more, which I think has helped him. Now we've got Becky Lynch in the mix. It's going to be interesting to see what the dynamic is. But finally, we get someone who's a kind of a vicious and callous heel in the women's division, linking up with her husband. It makes complete sense. And like I said when we was on the watch-along, if you are with a partner, you're going to have the same views as them, generally speaking. If you align in kind of personality, which they do in character, because they're both bad guys, then she's not going to like CM Punk. She's going to hate him. She's going to come home every night with Seth moaning and think, oh man, you got to get him, and then think, you know what, I'm going to get involved. So that's basically what they've done here, and I'm really excited to see how they do this. Look, we've done husband and wife teams before, boyfriend and girlfriend teams before. We've had Miz and Maurice, which is fantastic. We had even Nikki Bella and John Cena. We've had, you name it over the years, good combinations. But this is yet something different, you know, with a different kind of character, someone who's a Hall of Famer in their own right in Becky Lynch, and kind of at an interesting part in her career as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do here. If you want to see mine and Lucas's reaction as it happened, check out the clip on the watch along itself, because we were reacting to the show live. But yeah, now that you've had a few moments to think about it, Lucas, what are your thoughts on the kind of developing story of Becky Lynch potentially, surely being the newest member of the Vision?
Yeah, it's definitely the right direction. Like I said on the live reaction, I think that there was gelling issues in the current iteration of it, and if the one story we only touch upon, but which could come out of this obviously is one of the Brons turning on Rollins, and that kind of dissension that usually happens with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it opens up them to do much more things. Like I said, my only concern at the moment is that they've got all 4 Raw belts on 2 stables, and so we would need to break one away, and I'm assuming that's what they would do tomorrow night. In terms of how it's played out, like, it was fine. Like, Gary, I know you said obviously about the interference and stuff, like I get that, but these matches kind of are always the vehicle for that to happen. Triple threats exist because you don't want one person getting pinned by another person, and so 4-ways are similar in that you've got a group of guys here where you want to protect everyone in the match essentially. And WWE do different ways of doing that. So obviously, Jey Uso they gave the injury to, so obviously that explained why he was obviously more affected by a lot of stuff, and so he couldn't then be part of the finish. Obviously, A Knight was, I guess you'd argue, he was the disposable player in this one.
He went for the table, and then he is one of the people that Seth stomped on the outside as well. So, but
yeah, no, I think this was fine though. I think. Particularly because obviously early on in the show we had run such a big angle with a lot of interference. I think it was fine just having the low blow, Becky do the low blow, reveal, stomp. That was fine. I think if it had been anything more than that as well, they've gone, it's taking the mick a bit.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of a simple story to tell. Again, Gary's not the biggest fan of how it happened, but as Lucas says, these matches tend to be here for that reason, and I think. I guess you could say, oh man, again, another piece of, another shenanigans and another shenanigans and another new member of a stable, and CM Punk's been screwed again. So if you can look at it that way, certainly. But if you try and look at the positives, then you're like, this is a vehicle for something bigger and something where I don't think next month at WrestlePalooza or whatever else we need another new member. I'm hoping this is it now. And this kind of is what drives it.
I'm just thinking about the belts overall, actually. I think we're pretty much villain heavy with them all.
Yeah.
At the moment. I know you got Cody and Tiffany over on SmackDown.
I mean, Tiffany, you don't know if she's a face or a heel, so that doesn't help.
She can't seem to get on the show anyway.
The White Six don't know if they're faces or heels.
They're meant to be faces, but they came across as villains tonight. But yeah, we are very villain heavy, though, I think. Judgment Day... But yeah, particularly like the 4 Raw belts now, all being on 2 stables, and obviously Julia as well. But again, she can't get TV time, so it's But it just seemed like we do maybe need a couple of these feel good moments, which again I guess why they've done the Sami Zayn winning the US belt, and I guess potentially tomorrow AJ Styles winning the IC. But I don't see a universe where AJ doesn't win. I think it'd be very daft if he doesn't win tomorrow.
Yeah, Dom's at it for a while now as well, so I do think. The time is right to kind of shake things up, and it gives a whole load of new matches as well. It shakes things up with the Judgment Day itself, and much like what we've seen on SmackDown, it just kind of freshens things up with Sami doing it as well. As I say, we'll be live tomorrow doing the watch along and instant reaction review for that. So if AJ Styles wins,
John Cena is scheduled for a Raw. Like
this Raw, as in Paris,
no, for a Raw in a few weeks.
Okay,
you know what? You know what? Just do AJ and Cena them the IC title
on Raw. That'd be cool. That would be cool. And Cena could win, mate. Cena could win it because Grand Slam, mate. Imagine if they wrapped it up in a nice little bow that quickly, man.
I think sometimes you've got to just do it. Like I think you give, because obviously AJ was so over the parrot with the French crowd. So give him his moment tomorrow, and then just have him say it. I think. They're in this realness era now. Just have him say it. What we know he needs to say. Essentially, he knows he's winding him down himself. he's admitted in interviews that the contract he signed recently is the last full-time wrestling contract he's ever going to sign. And just have him admit, look, there's two things that I want to do before I basically retire, and I want to have one more match with John Cena, and I want to wrestle with TNA, and just put it out there.
Yeah.
And I think because even in this whole, and recently on you got TNA, Trick Williams is the current TNA World Champion, and he mentioned AJ Styles in the promo a few weeks back, and everyone was just chanting for AJ Styles. It's just things we want to see, and I think this is meant to be the era where not saying we have to let the fans kind of run roughshod, but I think if people want something and you can do it, logistically you can do it, just give them the match,
Yeah.
because like we say, 8 appearances left for Cena.
Yeah, if he's on Raw and he's just going to do a promo anyway, then come on, he's got to feel that himself.
It writes itself.
Yeah, and he's got to feel like, man, I ain't going to be in this ring many times. I could squeeze in one more. You know what I mean? So, look, that's again kind of
that's future planning.
That's future stuff, but also Dominic and kind of AJ Styles. I mean, it might not even change. The title. We're kind of future booking something that might not even get the opportunity to be there. But AJ versus Cena could certainly happen, but he might not have the belt at the time. But we'll see tomorrow night in Paris. Gary says a good 9 out of 10, I should say, for the main event. So Gary was a fan of what he saw in the main event. But that does start bringing us towards the end of the show now. So we'll kind of go over some last-minute thoughts and kind of overall feelings about Clash in Paris. So get your comments in, guys, if you've got anything else you do want to get in. Or if you're watching on demand, don't worry, you can drop your comments down below and we'll try and reply to those as well. But yeah, thoughts on the show overall as we start stepping away from it and putting a pin in Clash in Paris 2025. Lucas, what would you give it out of 10?
I'd give it an 8, to be fair. I think, we've touched on the problems that we've had with it, mainly with regards to pacing and the length. But I do think there was a lot of quality wrestling, on display. Over 2 hours of in-ring action on this broadcast. Yes, I know it went almost 4 hours all in, but, that's just, part and part of the parcel. I think that we've got a very interesting Raw main event scene to look forward to, with a lot of names that can kind of interchange and do different bits and pieces. We've got a new direction for the Vision, which was much needed in my opinion, because Raw was becoming a copy and paste job every week. This should hopefully change it, at least for 1 week, until they decide the new formula. It was nice seeing the tag belts defended on the PLE. It's very rare we see that, outside of obviously we saw the TLC match last month. But yeah, we do need to start seeing more tag title defenses on PLEs going forward. Very strong performance by Nikki Bella. I think that was a very good match, and the Donnybrook match I think was very, very good as well. Just like I said, my main criticisms are the pacing, and I think again, I'm assuming they're bookending the weekend with 2 titles changing hands. Obviously, we're assuming the second one's already happened. Obviously, Sami Zayn won the US belt, but just question, is this a tactic they're going to use for these 2, 3, 4, 5, how many days they want to do in a country events going forward, where they essentially split the attraction, and obviously, there's wrestlers that weren't on the pay-per-view that were on Raw, and vice versa. To SmackDown and not on this one. So it'd be interesting seeing if they use that as a formula going forward. As obviously there's other weekenders that they've got. Obviously, the next one will be Crown Jewel, which is start of October, I think, isn't it? Start of October.
You know what? I keep saying about what the schedule is, and I completely forgot about Crown Jewel, because it's in Australia as well, isn't it?
Yeah, start of October, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Which John Cena is scheduled to be a part of as well. One of these, one of the 8 that are left.
Yeah,
we got 2. I think we got 2 in September. We got plus WrestlePalooza, and then and Survivor Series, and that final match.
Man, and how does okay? We could be here all night talking about John Cena's last run. We'll have to hold fire on that. But it's been a great show, guys. I really appreciate everyone that's tuned in for this instant reaction review of Clash in Paris. Thank you to everyone as well that joined us earlier on tonight when we hyped you up and got you in the mood, hopefully, for the PLE itself, as we always do on this channel when it comes to PLEs. Also, a big thank you to everyone that joined us for the watch-along, and I hope you enjoyed your play-by-play experience with us. And like I say, thank you, rounding it off with the instant reaction review. We appreciate all your comments, which, by the way, I can see Gary in the comments first in over Tiffy time, which I think is a good time to say, Gary, I think it's bedtime, buddy. But thank you for all your comments tonight. Anyway, we appreciate all of them. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. As I said earlier on, we're going to be back talking all things Monday Night Raw, and we will have a watch-along experience for that, as well as a instant reaction review for it as well. So I've been Scott. He's been Lucas. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We'll see you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.